quiet study table with a small fossil tooth resting on folded linen is enough to make the story of humanity feel strangely physical. Not a crown, not a monument, just enamel under lamplight, tagged with a handwritten label from an excavation site somewhere far from the cities that came later. Hello there. Welcome in. Tonight, we can keep this one slow and grounded, with the evidence doing most of the talking before the larger questions begin to gather around it. If this kind of calm documentary helps you settle in at night, you can always leave a small comment with the hour you're listening, the part of the world you're in, or what the room feels like tonight. I genuinely enjoy seeing where these quiet subjects end up traveling. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The problem with a fossil tooth is surprisingly practical. Which layer did it come from? Was the ground disturbed before it was found? Did water move it? Did an animal drag it somewhere else before it finally settled into the sediment where archaeologists uncovered it? A small tooth can look almost unimpressive on its own. Brown enamel, a broken root, a paper tag with coordinates written by someone kneeling in dust under a hot sky. Yet that tiny object can shift entire timelines of human history. The basic reason is simple. We know who we are from fragments, because fragments still preserve context. The tooth matters, but the soil around it matters almost as much. The sediment layer, the nearby tools, the ash, the minerals, the animal bones, the way everything rests together underground. A fossil without context is a little like a letter without an envelope. The message survives, but the address is gone. Human fossils are extremely rare. Complete skeletons are rarer still. Most bodies disappear without leaving much behind. Rain works through them. Acidic soil dissolves bone. Animals scatter remains across large distances. Rivers carry fragments away and bury them somewhere else entirely. Usually, what survives are the hardest parts. A tooth, part of a jaw, a skull fragment, a finger bone, small stubborn pieces of the body that resisted disappearing slightly longer than everything around them. That is why teeth became such important evidence in human origins research. Enamel is the hardest material in the human body. It preserves wear patterns from chewing, hints about diet, and sometimes signs of childhood stress written into thin growth lines. The shape of a molar, or the thickness of enamel, can help researchers place a fossil within the larger human family tree. None of this looks dramatic in real life. It is trays under fluorescent lights, measurements with calipers, magnified photographs, comparison drawers filled with casts and fragments, researchers speaking carefully because the evidence rarely allows absolute certainty. Around 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens had already emerged in Africa. That date is not a neat birthday. It is a rough estimate built from fossils, stone tools, sediment layers, and multiple dating methods. Discoveries at places like Jebel Irhoud in Morocco helped push the accepted timeline for our species further back than many researchers once expected. And even now, the picture remains messy. Human origins no longer look like a straight ladder progressing cleanly from one species into another. Different populations spread across Africa for long stretches of time, separating, mixing, adapting, and changing gradually across enormous distances. The deeper archaeologists look, the less human evolution resembles a tidy family portrait. Excavation work itself is slower and less glamorous than most people imagine. A trowel scrapes carefully through soil. Sediment is sifted through screens. Small stones rattle into buckets. Roots snag in the mesh. Coordinates are written constantly into notebooks because memory becomes unreliable after hours in heat and dust. Patience is not just part of archaeology. It is the method itself. Sediment layers act like imperfect timestamps. In general, deeper layers are older than shallower ones, but nature complicates this constantly. Floods cut through older deposits. Animals burrow underground. Later, human activity disturbs earlier surfaces. A single site can contain thousands of years compressed together into confusing layers of dirt and stone. So archaeologists ask careful, repetitive questions. Was this object found where it originally rested? Has the layer been disturbed? Do nearby dating methods agree? Do the surrounding animal remains belong to the same period? Does the tool style match the estimated age? The work becomes slow precisely because certainty matters. Dating methods themselves are imperfect. Some sites contain volcanic ash layers that can be chemically dated. Certain minerals preserve signals from the last time they were heated or exposed to sunlight. Animal species can sometimes narrow a probable time frame because certain animals existed only during particular periods. But no method simply announces an exact answer. Deep history is reconstructed through overlapping probabilities. A chipped stone tool found beside a river has the same problem as the fossil tooth, only wetter. The tool may have been shaped by human hands and then carried miles downstream before settling where it was eventually discovered. Water smooths edges. Sediment buries things unevenly. A tool found alone raises immediate questions. Was it used there? Dropped there? Transported there long afterward by flooding? The object survives. The moment does not. And that contradiction sits near the center of the human story. Not kings, not empires, not written records. A tooth in sediment, a broken stone, a dark stain where a fire may once have burned. Even the earliest evidence for controlled fire remains debated at some sites because ash moves easily, bones burn accidentally, and cave floors are difficult archives. Old Earth is not especially interested in preserving clean categories for future archaeologists. Still, fire changes the emotional feeling of the evidence almost immediately. A cave floor with charcoal pressed into sediment feels inhabited in a different way. Animal bones cracked open for marrow. Stone flakes near a wall. Ash gathered where heat once sat. No names remain. No voices survive. Just traces of people gathered close enough together to share warmth and risk. Fire may have changed more than survival itself. Cooking softened food and altered digestion. Light extended activity beyond sunset. A fire circle gave people a place to remain together after dark, when movement slowed and attention gathered in one place. A small controlled flame can become many things at once. A kitchen, a shelter, a boundary, a classroom, a story machine. Quite a lot of responsibility for burning sticks. And for most of human existence, nobody knew they were living in what we would later call prehistory. That word belongs to civilizations with archives and calendars. A woman carrying water across dry ground was not thinking about anthropology. Someone shaping stone beside a river was not imagining museums. They were trying to survive, find food, avoid injury, protect children, stay warm, understand weather, continue one more season. That already seems like enough work for one species. And maybe that is the strangest part of the surviving evidence. How ordinary it feels. Teeth wear down because meals are real. Stone edges break because hands slip. Ash settles because fires eventually go out. We often want human origins to feel grand and cinematic. But the archive prefers smaller things. A label curling at one corner. A chipped root under magnification. A sieve that lets dust into your shoes while someone searches carefully for fragments that may or may not matter. And then there is the stranger archive, still carried inside living people. Every human alive today contains inherited traces from individuals whose names, fears, memories, and voices disappeared completely. Entire lives vanished, while small biological fragments continued forward through other bodies. Nay preserves relationships more faithfully than memory does. The body remembers people history forgot. But even here, the evidence has limits. A fossil tooth can help estimate age, movement, ancestry, and diet. It can redraw migration timelines and force older theories to change. But it cannot tell us who that person truly was. It cannot tell us what frightened them, what made them laugh, whether they preferred silence or company, whether smoke irritated their eyes every evening beside a fire. At a certain point, the evidence stops, and that stopping point matters. It keeps the story honest. Humanity begins for us not as a perfect narrative, but as scattered traces preserved through mineral luck, unusual conditions, and enormous stretches of time. From those fragments we build careful models of the past, fully aware that the next excavation may force the entire picture to shift once again. Somewhere tonight, beneath old layers of earth, another small object may still be waiting quietly in the dark. A tooth. A tool. A fragment of bone. Something small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. And if it survives in the right layer long enough to be found, it may ask the entire story of humanity to move over slightly once again. If you would like to skip ahead a minute, now would be the time, because I'd like to introduce you to Nudge It Budget. Nudge It Budget is a free budgeting tool that runs right in your browser. No login, no linking your cards, and no collecting your personal financial data. It was built for people who want to make sense of their money without getting locked into complicated apps, subscriptions, or spreadsheets that take more work than they're worth. Nudge It. Budget gives you a simple place to organize your finances, understand where your money is going, and start building toward financial independence. It is not trying to be the flashiest budgeting tool out there. It is trying to be something better, free, useful, private, and actually easy to start using. Start planning today at nudgeitbudget.com. And when you're done, don't forget to save your budget to your computer so you can load it back up next time. That's nudgeitbudget.com. Free, private, and built to help you finally get a clear picture of your finances. Chapter 1. And how do you prove that a fire was tended and not simply left behind by lightning? Deep inside a cave floor, the clues may be surprisingly small. A thin grey layer of ash, burned bone fragments, charcoal or stone flakes altered by heat. At Wonderwork Cave in South Africa, researchers found evidence of burned plant material and bone in layers, often dated to roughly 1 million years ago. That is an extraordinarily old hearth, if hearth is even the right word. The difficult part is that ash behaves like evidence that does not particularly want to survive. It crumbles, shifts, mixes with dust, and disappears very easily. The basic story is simple enough. Fire changed the human night. It softened food. It pushed some predators away. It created warmth in cold places and light in dark ones. More importantly, it gave human groups a shared place to gather after sunset, when visibility weakened and unfamiliar sounds seemed larger than they really were. Fire did not create humanity by itself, but it changed the conditions human beings were living inside. Before artificial light, darkness arrived fully. The ground was cold stone, cave clay, dry grass, mud, or packed earth that kept its own opinion about comfort. Most activity narrowed sharply once the sun disappeared. Night belonged mostly to caution, listening, and waiting for morning. Fire altered that boundary. The earliest evidence for controlled fire appears unevenly across the archaeological record. At some sites, the signs are suggestive. At others, they become clearer. At Gesher Benot Yaakov, near the Jordan River, archaeologists uncovered clusters of burned flint, seeds, and wood, dating to roughly 780,000 years ago. The clustering matters. Natural wildfires can burn landscapes randomly, but they do not usually leave repeated concentrations of burned material arranged in consistent activity areas. Tidy is a dangerous word in archaeology, but sometimes the evidence becomes slightly less chaotic than the surrounding dirt, and that alone can be meaningful. Still, using fire was probably difficult long before it became routine. Flame is demanding. Wet wood refuses to cooperate. Green wood smokes aggressively. Dry fuel burns too quickly. Wind changes direction without warning. A coal that looks harmless can still burn through a carrying bundle hours later if someone handles it carelessly. Keeping a fire alive requires maintenance. Someone has to notice the weather changing. Someone has to gather fuel before dark. Someone has to wake when the flame weakens. Someone has to stop children from stepping too close to the edge. That may have been one of the earliest recurring human responsibilities. Keep the fire alive until morning. And fire was never purely comforting. Smoke stings the eyes. Ash clings to skin and hair. Sparks jump unexpectedly. A hearth warms one side of the body, while the other side stays cold. Even now, smoke somehow drifts directly toward the one person trying to sit peacefully beside it. There is something ancient about that irritation. It feels inherited. Still, the advantages were enormous. Cooking alone may have changed human life dramatically, though the timing remains debated. Heat softens roots and tubers. Meat becomes easier to chew. Certain foods release more usable calories after cooking. Bones crack more easily after heating. Digestion itself changes once food is transformed before entering the mouth. In a strange way, fire brought part of the outside world into the digestive process. You can almost picture the rhythm of an early meal beside a hearth, meat turning slowly over heat, a root blackening in ash, someone brushing dirt away from cooked food, and eventually deciding the remaining grit is acceptable. No tables yet, no plates, no rules about manners, just heat, waiting, and hunger gradually slowing down. And that waiting matters. Raw hunger is immediate. Cooking forces people to remain together for a while. Food now has duration. Attention gathers around the same place at the same time. That may be where the fire circle became more than a practical tool. Before controlled fire, darkness sharply restricted social activity. After sunset, movement became dangerous, and visibility collapsed. But around a hearth, faces remained visible. Hands could gesture. People could point, imitate animals, repeat sounds, explain paths, warn about dangerous terrain, or describe places where water could still be found during dry seasons. Fire may not have created language, but it likely expanded the amount of time available for social life. And unfortunately, this is where the evidence becomes thin in exactly the frustrating way historians dislike most. Ash survives. Charcoal survives. Burned bone survives. Words do not. Nobody left transcripts scratched into cave walls saying, "Someone used too much firewood tonight." Old Uncle took the best piece again. The conversations vanished completely. Still, some things can be inferred carefully. Firelight would have supported planning, memory, teaching, and storytelling. A story can preserve useful survival information without sounding instructional. It can describe migration routes, dangerous animals, seasonal weather, or hidden water sources while still holding attention. Stories are efficient storage systems. A child may not remember a lecture about terrain. They might remember a frightening story about the valley where people disappear. And fire changed sleep itself. Darkness no longer ended the day as abruptly. People could remain awake longer. Some may have slept in intervals, waking occasionally to tend coals or feed the flame. The hearth became a kind of clock without numbers. Bright flame, dimming embers, glowing coals, ash by morning. Archaeologists still look for traces of these repeated behaviors in soil layers today. Heat-fractured stone, burned seeds, charcoal particles under magnification, thin, dark stains in cave sediment. But cave floors are difficult archives. Water moves through them. Animals burrow through them. Humans return repeatedly across thousands of years, leaving one occupation layered over another until the sediment becomes a compressed mixture of different moments stacked together. The record is real. It is simply not neat. And honestly, that may be why the ash feels so compelling. It is modest evidence. Not a king. Not a monument. Not a battle. Just maintenance. Someone protected a coal from wind and rain long enough for morning to arrive. Someone fed fuel into darkness while other people slept nearby. In a world before cities, walls, writing, or metal, that small act may have been one of the central tasks of human life. Fire did not eliminate fear, of course. Predators still moved beyond the glow. Storms still arrived. Hunger remained patient. The night beyond the circle was still enormous and mostly unknown. But inside the light, human beings created a temporary boundary against it. The world did not become safe. It became negotiable. And perhaps that is the deeper importance of the fire circle. It created one of the earliest shared human spaces, a ring of warmth surrounded by darkness. On one side, heat, voices, cooked food, familiar faces. On the other, weather, distance, predators, and uncertainty. Between them sat a layer of ash that would survive long enough for archaeologists, hundreds of thousands of years later, to kneel beside it with brushes, microscopes, and sample bags, trying to reconstruct evenings no one recorded. We do not have the first story told beside those fires. We do not have the joke, the warning, the argument, or the silence after someone pointed upward at the night sky. What survives instead are burned stones, charred seeds, fragments of bone, and dark stains pressed into cave floors. It is not very much, and somehow it is enough to illuminate the edge of an entire world that would otherwise have disappeared completely. Chapter 3. Begin with a shallow museum drawer lined in grey foam, filled with carefully labelled stone tools. Some are smooth along the edges from repeated use. Others still look aggressively sharp under the light. One flake is barely larger than a thumb. Another is a broad hand axe with chipped scars running across both sides, where smaller flakes were struck away long ago. A few still carry rough patches of outer stone called cortex, remnants of the original rock surface before shaping began. The quiet question inside a drawer like this is simple enough. Why did early humans shape stones in so many different ways? The answer matters because different shapes solve different problems. One edge worked better for cutting meat. Another scraped hides more efficiently. A pointed piece could pierce, drill, or carve. A heavy core could crack bone or pound roots. The drawer only looks like broken rocks until you begin asking what each edge was supposed to do. Then it starts looking like organized thought. That is the strange advantage of stone. It preserves part of an action that usually disappears. Wood rots. Leather dries out and splits apart. plant fibers decay. Meals vanish almost immediately, which is honestly a little unfair considering how much effort goes into finding them. But stone remembers impact. When flint, chert, quartzite, or obsidian is struck correctly, the force leaves visible patterns behind. Archaeologists can study the rounded bulb where the blow began, the ripple marks spreading through the flake, and the scars left by earlier strikes. A stone tool is not just an object. It is a sequence of decisions frozen in mineral form. Someone selected a piece of stone. Someone turned it in their hands searching for the right angle. Someone struck it with enough force to remove a useful edge. And someone decided whether the result was good enough to keep. Sometimes the intended design is obvious. A scraper has a steep working edge. A blade runs long and narrow. A hand axe carries a kind of deliberate balance created through repeated trimming. Other times, the purpose becomes harder to read. A piece may be unfinished, or broken, or heavily reused, or made quickly for immediate use and then abandoned. It may even be a beginner's failed attempt. The archaeological record becomes most uncertain precisely where the individual person becomes most interesting. Use-where analysis helps a little. Under magnification, edges develop different microscopic patterns depending on how they were used. Cutting meat leaves different traces than scraping hide. Working wood creates different polishing patterns than cutting plants. Residue analysis can sometimes reveal starch grains, blood proteins, resin, or plant fibers trapped in tiny surface cracks. But the evidence rarely becomes perfectly clear. A careful archaeologist learns patience with uncertainty. And honestly, many of these tools were probably uncomfortable to hold. Modern knives are designed with grips, balance, and ergonomics in mind. Stone tools often look far less polite. The cutting edge may work beautifully, while the back edge digs sharply into the palm. Some tools were likely wrapped in hide or fitted into wooden handles using sinew, pitch, resin, or plant fibers. But most of those materials disappeared long ago. The stone portion survives alone, sitting in museum drawers like a collection of detached machine parts from systems we can no longer fully see. Some designs spread astonishingly far across both geography and time. Acheulean hand axes appear across huge regions of Africa, Europe, and Asia over enormous stretches of prehistory. Certain forms remained recognizable for hundreds of thousands of years. Human technology changed slowly enough that our modern idea of fashion becomes almost meaningless here. No seasonal redesigns, no annual product refresh, just shapes that continued because they worked. Other tool traditions stayed local. Available stone mattered enormously. Good flint allowed cleaner cutting edges. Quartzite behaved differently. Obsidian could become sharper than almost anything else, though it could also break unpredictably. Material itself shaped behavior. Stone argues back. A toolmaker had to understand the material before the tool even existed. Too much force shattered the piece. Too little accomplished nothing useful. Good knapping required timing, angle control, and repetition learned over many attempts. Probably many frustrating attempts. Somewhere across prehistory, Someone almost certainly ruined a perfectly good stone in front of an older, more experienced toolmaker, trying very hard not to sound annoyed. Archaeological sites sometimes preserve not only finished tools, but the debris surrounding their production. Flakes scatter across ancient ground surfaces. Broken cores sit beside unfinished pieces. In some cases, archaeologists can even refit flakes together, like puzzles, to reconstruct the order in which a stone was reduced. The result is a strange kind of archive. No names, no writing, no spoken explanations, just sequences of impact. And those sequences imply something larger than toolmaking itself. To reproduce a consistent design across generations, groups needed more than individual intelligence. They needed teaching, observation, imitation, memory, correction, patience with beginners, wasting usable stone. Skill requires social tolerance. The neat museum drawer hides the messy learning process that created it. Tools also reveal maintenance and planning. Edges dull over time. Points snap. Scrapers shrink through repeated resharpening. Some tools become so reduced they look almost exhausted. If stone can look exhausted, that wear matters. A quickly made cutting flake beside a carcass tells one story. A heavily maintained tool carried across long distances tells another. It suggests planning ahead, movement across landscapes, memory of useful places, perhaps even irritation at losing good equipment in tall grass somewhere miles away. And this may be where the significance of the stone drawer quietly expands beyond archaeology itself. Stone tools are among the earliest durable signs that human thought was being extended outward into physical objects. A sharp edge improves the hand. A scraper changes what skin can become. A point changes distance between the body and a task. Later, human history will add pottery, writing, furnaces, engines, electrical grids, satellites, and glowing screens. But the underlying pattern begins here. Identify a weakness, reshape material, carry the improved solution into the world. Still, it is important not to romanticize every shape too heavily. Some hand axes appear remarkably symmetrical, almost elegant. Researchers have sometimes wondered whether beauty, status, or social signaling mattered alongside function. That may be true, but stone tools rarely explain motivations clearly. A carefully made tool may simply work better, or perhaps skill itself carried social meaning, or perhaps both are true at once. Stone preserves the gesture. It usually loses the reason, and maybe that is why museum drawers feel both calming and slightly unsettling at the same time. The evidence is everywhere. The people are not. Hands survive indirectly through patterns of force and fracture. Languages vanish. Names disappear. Entire lives collapse into shaped pieces of mineral resting quietly inside labeled trays. Still, the questions remain strangely close to modern ones. Who taught this technique? Which design spread because it worked best? Which habits stayed local because one skilled person preferred turning the wrist a particular way? The drawer eventually slides closed again. The labels remain neat. The foam remains orderly. But somewhere behind those carefully arranged tools sits the much larger story of human beings slowly learning how to move thought itself into matter, one sharpened edge at a time. Chapter 4. How many times does a foot have to press the same strip of earth before it becomes a path? At Abu Huraira, near the Euphrates in what is now Syria, archaeologists found charred seeds, grinding stones worn smooth by repeated use, animal bones, and traces of houses rebuilt on top of older houses. A path itself is a shy thing in the archaeological record. It rarely survives as a neat object. More often, it appears indirectly. Packed soil, repeated doorways, worn ground between structures, rubbish pushed consistently to one side. The ordinary result of people walking the same route, because the water is over there, the grain is over here, and someone has once again left a basket in exactly the wrong place. The basic story is simple enough. Human beings did not suddenly invent the village in a single moment. Staying in one place simply became useful under certain conditions. Wild grains could be gathered in large quantities. Later, fields could be planted and tended. Food could be stored instead of carried. Children, tools, grinding stones, animals, baskets, and memory itself became easier to keep in one location than to move constantly across the landscape. That sounds straightforward. It probably did not feel straightforward at all while it was happening. A small, early settlement would have had its own physical rhythm. Mud brick walls drying under the sun, packed earth floors, storage pits lined with basketry or clay, ash pushed beside hearths, narrow spaces between houses where bare feet, sandals and hooves slowly compressed the ground into recognizable roots. The smell may have arrived before the layout did. Smoke, grain dust, damp earth, animal dung drying nearby, because useful materials are rarely glamorous. The village did not appear first as an abstract idea. It appeared as maintenance. This is where the texture of human life begins to change. Earlier human groups often moved through larger territories, following water, plants, animals, weather, and seasonal knowledge passed through memory and storytelling. Some groups stayed in rich environments for long periods already. Others moved frequently. There was never one universal human lifestyle. But across parts of Southwest Asia and elsewhere, a different pattern gradually strengthened. People began investing labor into specific places before fully knowing what those places would eventually demand from them. The archaeological evidence is modest but persistent. Charred wheat and barley seeds, sickle blades polished smooth from cutting stems repeatedly, grinding stones worn hollow by years of pressure, fence post holes, animal bones showing signs of controlled breeding and management. Later, pottery appears in many regions, and archaeologists tend to appreciate pottery because broken pots behave very cooperatively over long periods of time. People crack them, discard them, bury them accidentally, and leave pieces of daily life scattered almost everywhere. The past politely preserves its kitchen debris. Farming changed the meaning of time itself. If you plant crops, you must wait for them. If you wait, you must guard them. If you guard them, you begin caring where one plot ends and another begins. A fence is a surprisingly important invention. Just sticks, reeds, brush, or stone arranged into a boundary. But a boundary still makes a statement. This side belongs here. That side belongs there. No speech required. Storage mattered just as much as farming did. A pit full of grain represented food for winter, seed for spring, and a serious problem if moisture, insects or rodents reached it first. Stored food also created new social tensions. A mobile group can lose a meal. A settled household can lose an entire season's survival. That is a heavier kind of anxiety. The first village paths were probably walked by people carrying baskets and water jars. Yes, but also by people checking storage pits repeatedly, patching walls before rain arrived, counting sacks of grain, and wondering who borrowed the useful digging tool without returning it. Agriculture could support larger populations from smaller areas of land. Over time, it made denser settlements possible. Eventually, villages could support specialists, craftspeople, leaders, shrines, walls, and record keepers. But farming also demanded repetitive labor on a scale earlier lifestyles often avoided. Clearing, digging, planting, weeding, harvesting, grinding grain for hours at a time. Early bread and porridge were not simply foods. They were schedules you could eat. And this is where the story becomes complicated in an important way. Agriculture helped create civilizations, cities, writing systems, and enormous population growth. But early farming also appears to have introduced new strains on the human body. Some farming populations show signs of nutritional limitations compared to earlier foraging groups. Crowding increased disease transmission. Repetitive labor damaged joints and teeth. Food became more stable in some ways, and less varied in others. Both things can be true simultaneously. Agriculture was one of humanity's most transformative inventions, and it may also have introduced entirely new categories of stress. The people involved were not foolish for choosing it. They were responding to local conditions, changing climates, population pressures, available plants, and practical survival needs using the knowledge they possessed at the time. Settlements also changed the arithmetic of human proximity. More people living close together meant more help during harvests, more adults watching children, and more opportunities to share labor. But it also meant waste accumulating near houses, stored food attracting pests, animals living close to sleeping areas, and water sources requiring protection from contamination. The village made care easier. It also made contagion easier. A roof over your head is comforting. A neighbor coughing through a thin wall is less comforting. And unfortunately, the evidence becomes quiet again, precisely where we most want clarity. Archaeologists can study seeds, bones, tools, house foundations, burials, and storage pits. Skeletons reveal patterns of diet and physical labor. Settlement layouts reveal movement and organization. But the emotional decisions disappear. We do not know who first argued for staying permanently after a successful season. We do not know who wanted to leave. We do not know which families resisted farming longest, or which embraced it earliest. Those conversations vanished. And honestly, the path itself may say more than any grand theory about civilization ever could. A path is created through repetition. Nobody needs to announce a new era. People simply walk the same route often enough that the earth begins remembering them. To the grain storage, to the water source, to the fields, to neighboring houses. Back again tomorrow. And eventually, after enough returning, the ground itself begins holding the shape of ordinary human routine. Chapter 5. Begin with rough hands dusted in flour beside a clay bowl near a small window. Dough rises slowly under cloth, while light falls across a packed earth floor. Somewhere nearby, a loaf bakes unevenly in heat that took hours to prepare. The quiet question inside a room like this is simple enough. What did bread and clay change for ordinary people? The answer matters because food stopped being only something humans gathered and immediately consumed. Bread, ovens, storage jars, and clay containers allowed people to begin planning survival across longer stretches of time. At Shubaika 1, a site in the Black Desert of Jordan, archaeologists found tiny charred crumbs inside an ancient hearth. Under magnification, some appear to be bread-like food made from wild cereals and plant material roughly 14,400 years ago. That is older than farming in the usual sense, older than cities, writing, or organized states by an enormous margin. The crumb survived because it burned. A small kitchen accident became archaeological evidence thousands of years later, which is slightly unfair to whoever made the meal, but useful for everyone studying the past. The basic story is simple enough. Bread and clay helped human beings store time. Grain ripens seasonally. Hunger does not. So people learn to gather, dry, grind, mix, bake, seal, and preserve food across longer periods. Clay containers held water, oil, grain, porridge, seeds, and eventually beer and stew. Food stopped being only today's problem. It became part of future planning. Picture a grinding stone resting low against the floor, a larger base stone worn smooth in the center, a smaller handstone dragged back and forth over grain for long periods of time. The work is repetitive and physical. Your shoulders learn about breakfast before your mouth does. Bits of husk cling stubbornly to flour. Dust settles everywhere. Someone probably tells a child not to touch the dough with dirty fingers, which has likely never been a very successful instruction in any century. Water must be added carefully. Too much, and the mixture collapses into paste. Too little, and the dough cracks apart. Bread making is older than written language, and that matters because it means many ordinary human routines developed long before anyone wrote formal instructions down. No recipes, no measurements, just repetition, memory, touch, smell, correction, and experience passed from one person to another. A dough that feels wrong becomes information. A burned loaf also becomes information, though usually less welcome. And early bread was probably never one single invention. Different groups crushed grains, roots, seeds, or plant fibers in different ways. Some cooked flat cakes on heated stones. Others baked dough near embers, or inside primitive ovens. Much of the evidence disappeared because soft food preserves badly over long stretches of time. Flour blows away. Dough decays. Meals vanish quickly. Archaeologists are often forced to work backward from tiny traces. Charred crumbs. Starch grains trapped in stone tools. Wear marks on grinding stones. Ash layers. Fragments of ovens hardened by fire. The evidence becomes thin, exactly where daily life was most ordinary. Clay changes the story further. Wet clay is heavy, stubborn, and somehow always remains on your hands after you think you washed it off. But it can also be shaped. Bowls can be pinched by hand. Pots can be built gradually through coils of clay stacked upward and smoothed together. A wet finger leaves marks. A stone can compress the surface. If the vessel dries too quickly, it cracks. If it is fired well enough, heat transforms it into something harder and far more durable. And that durability matters enormously for archaeology. Broken pottery survives surprisingly well. Entire civilizations often leave behind little more than foundations, bones, ash, and enormous quantities of shattered ceramic fragments. The past politely preserves its kitchen debris once again. Clay pots and ovens were technologies in the plainest possible sense. They solved physical problems. Pots allowed people to boil grain into porridge, soften legumes, carry water, and cook foods that would otherwise remain difficult to digest. Ovens trapped heat instead of allowing it to dissipate immediately into open air. Storage containers solved another problem entirely: time. A sealed jar of grain represented future survival. Food for winter. Seed for spring. Insurance against poor harvests. But storage also changed the emotional structure of a household. If food can be stored, it can also be counted. If it can be counted, people begin worrying about quantities more carefully. Will the grain last long enough? Did moisture get inside the container? Did pests reach the bottom layer? Did someone quietly take more than they admitted? Planning and anxiety often arrive together, and slowly, meals themselves became more socially important. A loaf of bread divides easily. That sounds trivial until you realize how much human social life depends on dividing resources without creating conflict. Bread can be shared, traded, saved, gifted, rationed, blessed, or withheld. A cooking space also creates routine. People gather repeatedly around preparation, waiting, serving, and eating. Food becomes structure, and once enough, human attention organizes itself around stored grain, ovens, and repeated harvest cycles. Entire settlements begin reshaping themselves around those routines. Storage rooms appear. Dedicated ovens appear. Larger containers appear. Labor becomes more specialized. Some people grind grain more often than others. Some maintain ovens. Some produce pottery itself. The household slowly becomes more technologically dense. And unfortunately, the human body notices this too. Grinding grain daily is physically demanding. Archaeologists sometimes find wear patterns in skeletons, showing repetitive motion injuries from years spent preparing food manually. Grain-based diets also altered teeth and nutrition in complicated ways. Bread helped support larger populations, but it also tied people to repetitive labor schedules that earlier lifestyles sometimes avoided. Civilization gains stability. The wrists pay part of the bill, and yet it is difficult not to feel something deeply familiar inside these ancient kitchens. Someone checking dough texture with their hands. Someone annoyed smoke keeps drifting indoors. Someone discovering a storage jar spoiled. Someone trying to keep children away from a hot oven and failing completely. The technologies remain simple by modern standards. The routines feel surprisingly recognizable. And maybe that is because bread and clay changed more than survival itself. They reshaped the rhythm of daily life. Once food could be stored, measured, prepared, and protected over long stretches of time, households began organizing themselves around future planning rather than immediate consumption alone. A harvest no longer ended with eating. Part of it disappeared into containers against tomorrow, and somewhere inside that shift, human civilization quietly became more permanent, not through kings or monuments at first, but through flour dust settling onto floors, clay hardening beside fire, hands learning how to turn fragile harvests into something that might still feed people weeks later. Chapter 6. How much can you learn from a broken pot shard, small enough to fit under your thumb? Sometimes quite a lot. A fragment of fired clay can reveal where the material came from, how hot the vessel was fired, what it may have contained, and occasionally even traces of meals or rituals connected to it. The awkward part is everything the shard refuses to explain. The hand that dropped it. The argument happening nearby when it broke. Or the person who sighed while sweeping the fragments into a corner. On an excavation table, the shard may rest inside a small paper bag marked with a layer number, a square coordinate, and a date written in pencil. Archaeologists call it a sherd, which is a tidy word for something that was originally much less tidy. One edge remains sharp. Another has been rounded smooth by centuries underground. One surface may glow reddish from iron-rich clay. Another may preserve part of a painted line or pattern from a much larger vessel that no longer survives. The basic story is simple enough. Pottery became one of the most common things humans left behind because fired clay is extremely stubborn. Wood rots. Cloth disappears. Basket fibers collapse back into soil. Metal is often melted down and reused because humans are practical and apparently determined to make archaeology more difficult whenever possible. But fired clay survives. A broken cooking pot can remain buried for thousands of years, preserving traces of heat, storage, meals, trade, and ordinary household life long after everything around it disappears. A pot begins as local earth with a problem. Clay shrinks as it dries. If untreated, it cracks easily. So potters mixed additional materials into it. Sand, crushed shell, ground stone, fragments of older broken pottery, or plant fibers. These materials, called temper, helped clay survive drying and firing without collapsing apart. Then the shaping began. Hands pressed coils together. Rims were pinched smooth. Surfaces were scraped, polished, or burnished. A paddle might leave repeated texture marks. Thin clay washes, called slips, changed surface color. Mineral pigments added decoration. A pot is engineering disguised as household routine. And once the vessel is fired properly, it becomes dramatically more durable than the unfired clay it started as. Heat changes the material itself. The vessel hardens. Water resistance improves. The pot becomes capable of surviving repeated cooking, storage, and handling. Eventually, it breaks anyway. And that is where archaeology enters the story. The first important question about a potsherd is usually very simple. Where was it found? A fragment recovered from a house floor tells a different story than one found in a trash pit. Sherds clustered near hearths may suggest cooking activity. Large storage vessel fragments may indicate grain, water, oil, or preserved food kept indoors. A painted bowl placed beside a burial introduces different possibilities entirely. Was it ceremonial, inherited, decorative, used daily, placed intentionally with the dead? The evidence rarely answers directly. Pottery becomes especially useful because styles change gradually over time. People copy designs, modify them, teach techniques, and carry habits across regions. Certain rim shapes appear during some periods and disappear during others. Painted zigzags, combed surfaces, burnished finishes, and decorative patterns can help archaeologists build rough timelines. Not exact dates, more like neighborhoods of time. This style tends to belong with this layer. That rim shape appears later than another. This firing technique spreads outward from one region into another. The evidence points, then pauses again. No pot politely announces. Made during the late 3rd millennium, before a disappointing harvest. And pottery traveled surprisingly far. Under magnification, tiny mineral grains inside ceramic bodies can sometimes reveal where clay originated. Volcanic sand, river silt, shell fragments, or crushed stone may match particular regions. Chemical analysis can compare pottery across sites and identify possible trade or exchange networks. But even here, certainty becomes complicated. A vessel may move through trade, or marriage, or migration, or gift exchange, or simple borrowing followed by someone forgetting to return it. A very old human behavior. In southern Mesopotamia, where early Sumerian cities rose from mud brick, reeds, canals, and an enormous amount of organized labor, pottery appears everywhere. Bowls, storage jars, spouted vessels, cups, and cooking containers survive in huge quantities across homes, workshops, temples, and public areas. The famous myths of the Anunnaki survive mostly on clay tablets, pressed with writing much later. The pots are quieter. They do not describe kings or gods directly. They describe routine instead. Cooking, storage, pouring, carrying, waiting for grain to soften in water, waiting for heat to finish changing food into something easier to eat. And honestly, routine may reveal civilization more clearly than monuments do. A household with pottery behaves differently from one without it. Water can be stored longer. Grain can be protected more effectively. Soups and porridges become practical. Oils, beer, seeds, and dried goods survive transport more easily. Entire kitchens reorganize themselves around containers. Storage changes thought itself. Once food can be preserved reliably, people begin planning farther into the future. They count supplies differently. They organize labor differently. They build larger storage areas. They worry more carefully about shortages, theft, spoilage, and trade. Containers reshape anxiety. And pottery also changed how heat behaved inside human life. Open flames cook differently than enclosed vessels. Boiling becomes possible. Stewing becomes possible. Certain foods become easier to digest. Meals take longer to prepare, but can feed larger groups more efficiently. Technology enters the household quietly, not through machines, through bowls. And maybe that is why broken pottery feels strangely intimate compared to other ancient objects. A sword suggests conflict. A monument suggests power. A pot shard usually suggests dinner. Someone stirred something here. Someone carried water. Someone burned a meal slightly. Someone dropped a vessel after years of using it daily. The surviving fragment is often painfully ordinary, and yet entire chronologies of human civilization are built partly from these ordinary fragments. Layers of broken pottery help date cities, track migration, identify trade routes, and reconstruct changes in technology across centuries. A civilization can disappear almost completely, while its broken kitchenware remains underground waiting patiently. Which is honestly a fairly humbling outcome for a species that spends so much time trying to build permanent things. And somewhere inside museum drawers and excavation bags around the world, millions of these fragments still sit quietly labeled and catalogued. Bits of clay carrying traces of heat, touch, meals, accidents, and routines from people whose names vanished long ago. The pots broke, the patterns survived, and somehow that was enough for part of the human story to remain readable. Chapter 7. Begin with a crowded market mourning beneath reed awnings and patched cloth canopies. Baskets of grain sit low to the ground beside pottery jars, woven mats, fish packed in salt, coils of rope, bundles of wool, and scales balanced carefully on wooden tables. Hands are everywhere, counting, weighing, pointing, arguing, passing objects back and forth while heat slowly builds across the street. The quiet question inside a market like this is simple enough. How did markets change what people valued? The answer matters because markets transformed value from something understood mostly through habit into something people could compare, measure, record, and negotiate. How much grain equals a jar of oil? How much wool equals a copper blade? How much labor equals a measure of barley? A small cubical weight from the Indus cities offers one early answer. Often carved from dark chert and cut carefully to standardized proportions, the weight fits easily into the hand. It carries no king's portrait, no written promise, no dramatic decoration. And yet, people trusted it. Someone placed it on a balance scale against grain, beads, cloth, or metal and agreed that the comparison meant something. That is the strange part. A plain stone becomes powerful once enough. People collectively stop arguing with it. The basic story is simple enough. Markets created systems for comparing unlike things. Food, tools, labor, cloth, oil, pottery, favors, livestock, and metals could all begin entering shared systems of measurement and exchange. That sounds organized in theory. In reality, it was probably noisy, exhausting, and filled with constant negotiation. Markets smelled like animals: grain dust, sweat, river mud, smoke, and fish. People argued over quality. Weights were questioned. Someone almost certainly insisted their onions were worth more than everyone else claimed. Trade was never silent. Stand near a river city long enough, and you would hear commerce before understanding it fully. Clay jars knock softly together. A donkey complains loudly about carrying salt. Grain sacks scrape across packed ground. Merchants call out quantities. Buyers inspect surfaces, weights, and textures carefully. And scattered among the goods are the small technologies designed to reduce disagreement. Weights, scales, seals, measuring bowls, tokens, knotted cords, records scratched into clay. Markets did not emerge everywhere in identical ways. In some societies, temples and palaces collected goods centrally and redistributed them as rations. Elsewhere, exchange happened more through households, kinship networks, or traveling merchants moving between settlements. The archaeological record preserves some parts better than others. We find storage jars, weights, seals, clay tablets, warehouses. What usually disappears are the voices themselves. That is unfortunate, because bargaining may be one of humanity's most durable behaviors. In Mesopotamian cities such as Uruk, Ur, and Lagash, value was often measured using barley or silver by weight. A shekel originally referred to a standardized weight before later becoming associated with currency. Long before coins existed, people exchanged goods using weighed metal, measured grain, or negotiated quantities of material. Coins would arrive much later, famously in Western Anatolia, during the first millennium BCE. Before stamped coinage simplified exchange somewhat, every transaction required additional trust. Was the silver pure? Was the measure accurate? Was the scale balanced correctly? A weighing system formalized the argument, but it never fully eliminated it. Tools rarely eliminate human suspicion. They simply organize it more efficiently. And this is where markets become more interesting than simple shopping. A market is really a social machine built from repeated trust. Goods arrive from fields, workshops, rivers, mines, and distant roads. People compare value. Agreements form. Reputations spread. Debts accumulate. Records become important. The entire system functions only as long as enough people continue believing in the measures, seals, and social expectations holding it together. And once systems of value exist, human thinking begins changing around them. A farmer may start seeing grain differently, as food, as seed, as tax, as trade, as debt payment, as temple offering. A potter begins calculating labor differently too. A jar is no longer just clay shaped by hand. It becomes fuel, time, skill, risk, and transport. If the vessel cracks during firing, the market does not become emotionally supportive about the situation. The jar failed. The household still needs containers. Markets created opportunities for wealth, but they also created new vulnerabilities. A good harvest could improve a household's position dramatically. A failed caravan could ruin one. A dishonest weight could shift value quietly. A poorly written debt agreement could favor the lender for years afterward. Once value becomes measurable, loss becomes measurable too. And eventually, ledgers become extremely good at remembering those losses. Trade routes carried far more than goods alone. Tin, copper, cedar, lapis lazuli, shells, wool, wine, oil, spices, and grain moved across enormous distances long before anyone imagined a global economy. Along those same routes traveled stories, religious ideas, technologies, recipes, songs, diseases, and political rumors. Markets connected regions physically and mentally at the same time, and they also increased exposure. The same hands touching weights, jars, animals, grain sacks, and coins throughout the morning also carried illness, parasites, infections, and contamination between strangers constantly. Market mornings looked energetic and communal. They were also biologically chaotic. In Mesopotamia, trade existed inside a world deeply tied to religion, kingship, and divine order. Sumerian texts describe beings such as the Anunnaki as part of a larger cosmic structure involving authority, fate, and the organization of society itself. The ancient texts are real. The cities were real. The religious awe was real. Modern fantasy often drags these ideas far beyond what the evidence supports, which is unnecessary because the historical reality is already strange enough on its own. Imagine bargaining over barley beneath temple walls, while priests, rulers, laborers, merchants, and farmers all move through the same crowded streets, believing divine order and economic order belong to the same larger structure. Markets were personal in ways modern systems often are not. You watched the seller carefully. You inspected the weight directly. You noticed whether the measuring bowl was slightly overfilled or carefully leveled. You might even bring a witness for important exchanges. Cylinder seals rolled across wet clay added another layer of trust. Tiny carved scenes pressed into clay marked ownership, agreement, or authorization. If the seal remained intact, the contents were presumed untouched. Clay became a witness, And maybe that is the deeper transformation markets introduced into human life. They changed relationships between strangers. Exchange no longer depended entirely on kinship or immediate familiarity. Systems of measurement, reputation, record keeping, and shared standards allowed larger groups of unrelated people to cooperate economically. Not perfectly, not peacefully, but consistently enough for cities to grow larger and more interconnected over time. And somewhere inside all that noise and bargaining sat the little stone weight quietly balancing on a scale, a small object carrying one of civilization's most ambitious ideas: that human disagreement could, at least temporarily, be measured and negotiated instead of fought over directly. Chapter 8. How do you keep a debt from evaporating after the market closes? Among the clay tablets from Uruk in southern Mesopotamia, dating to the late 4th millennium BCE, the answer is small enough to hold in one hand. A lump of damp clay was flattened and pressed with the end of a cut reed stylus. The marks were not originally poetry or philosophy. They were numbers, grain measures, sheep counts, oil jars, worker rations. Somebody owed somebody something, and memory had stopped being reliable enough to manage the scale of the problem. The basic story is simple enough. Writing appears to have grown first from administration. People needed to track crops, labor, trade, taxes, offerings, and stored goods across larger and larger systems. In a small household, someone can remember who borrowed a basket or who still owes grain after harvest. In a growing city with storehouses, workshops, shepherds, brewers, labor crews, and officials moving goods constantly, memory begins leaking badly. The clay tablet became a way to make information survive beyond the afternoon, and the system was remarkably practical for its environment. Clay existed everywhere along the river plains of Mesopotamia. Reeds grew thick along marshes and canals. A scribe did not require expensive parchment or rare tools. He needed mud, water, a stylus, trained hands, and somewhere for the tablet to dry. If the record mattered long-term, the tablet could be baked. If it was temporary, it might simply dry in the sun and later be softened with water for reuse. A reusable receipt made from river mud. Before fully developed cuneiform writing emerged, earlier systems already existed. Small clay tokens represented goods such as livestock, grain, or containers of oil. These tokens could be sealed inside hollow clay envelopes called bullae. Marks pressed onto the outside indicated what was contained within, so people would not need to crack them open constantly to verify the contents. And slowly, something important happened. The marks on the outside became more useful than the objects inside. The symbol began replacing the thing itself. That may be one of the strangest transitions in human history. Physical objects becoming abstract information. You can almost feel the work in the hand itself. Clay resists differently depending on moisture. Too wet, and impressions blur. Too dry, and the stylus drags harshly across the surface. The cut reed presses wedge-shaped marks one after another into rows. A triangle, a line, another wedge. The tablet becomes a compressed field of decisions because clay is cheap, but human effort is not. And the repetition must have been exhausting. Barley, barley, barley. Oil, sheep, rations, labor assignments. One imagines even skilled scribes occasionally wishing livestock came in more convenient numbers. But the tablet changed something larger than bookkeeping. Writing altered how trust itself functioned. A spoken agreement depends heavily on witnesses, memory, social rank, and reputation. A written record can travel independently of the speaker. It can be stored, retrieved later, checked by another official, compared against other records, and eventually it can confront someone with the unpleasant permanence of, here is the account, here is the amount, here is what was owed. The tablet does not care whether someone forgot. The grain total remains wrong either way. And that matters because writing allowed institutions to behave as though they possessed a single, organized memory. Temples, palaces, and administrative systems could now coordinate resources across distances and time periods far beyond individual recall. Grain from fields became worker rations. Wool became cloth allocations. Labor became measurable and assignable. Once marks could stand in for work, people themselves became easier to count from a distance, useful, and potentially dangerous. The Sumerians deserve their historical awe without needing modern exaggeration layered on top. Cities like Uruk developed large-scale administration, temple economies, monumental architecture, and one of the earliest known writing systems. That alone is already extraordinary. Later, Mesopotamian texts describe divine beings such as the Anunnaki existing within elaborate cosmic hierarchies involving authority, labor, fate, and order. Modern fantasy often stretches these ideas far beyond what the evidence supports, but the historical reality hardly needs embellishment. Mesopotamia already imagined the universe administratively. A god with a storehouse is an extremely Mesopotamian concept, and most surviving texts from these societies are not dramatic myths or royal speeches. They are receipts, inventories, delivery notes, school exercises, legal disputes, ration distributions, land transfers. Human civilization first introduces itself largely through paperwork, which becomes slightly funny and slightly unsettling at the same time. The emotional life of ordinary people mostly slipped past the stylus. We know surprising amounts about grain deliveries and sheep counts. We know much less about private grief, family arguments, jokes, lullabies, or the quality of the beer workers received after long labor. A mother singing quietly to a child usually left no official tablet behind unless someone also needed to count the barley nearby. And unfortunately, the record becomes thinnest precisely where people become most recognizable. Names survive, but often only inside systems. Who owed, who witnessed, who received, who delivered. A name pressed into clay rarely tells us what that person feared, loved, regretted, or hoped for after dark. Still, the ledger is not truly cold if you read it carefully. Every grain ration implies labor. Every oil allotment implies cooking, storage, transport, and bodies working somewhere nearby. Every sheep count implies herders, fences, weather, births, illness, and loss. Administration compresses physical life into marks, and once enough marks accumulate, civilization itself begins changing shape. Writing allows rules to survive longer than individual memory. Agreements persist beyond immediate conversation. Large systems become easier to coordinate, tax, expand, and control. The city gains continuity. The individual becomes more legible to authority. And maybe that is the deeper trade hidden inside the first clay tablets. Writing preserved knowledge across generations. It also allowed institutions to preserve obligations. The reed stylus could record poetry eventually. It could also record debt. And somewhere in the middle of all those wedge-shaped marks pressed into drying clay, human civilization quietly crossed another threshold. Memory no longer lived only inside human minds. Part of it now lived outside the body, stacked in tablets, stored in rooms, waiting to outlast the people who made them. Chapter 9. If a family carried a bowl of barley into a temple courtyard, who decided whether the god had received it? The barley was real enough. Grains scraped against fired clay. A goat complained somewhere nearby, with the complete confidence of an animal that has never once helped organize a city. But the important part of the exchange was invisible. The offering had to move from human hands into a sacred order, and that required rules, timing, storage rooms, rituals, and people trusted to manage the boundary between ordinary life and divine attention. The basic story is simple enough. Early temples were not only places for prayer. In cities such as Uruk, Nippur, Eridu, and later Ur, temples helped organize food storage, labor, festivals, calendars, education, and political authority. They connected agriculture to the seasons to divine order, and divine order to the structure of the city itself. Temples made the sky practical. You can picture the environment fairly clearly. A courtyard of packed earth and warm mud brick. Stone steps cooler where shade reaches them. Wool garments gathering dust near the hem. Someone arrives carrying dates, oil, grain, wool, or a small animal intended for sacrifice or offering. Someone else already knows where it must be placed. And strangely enough, sacred life quickly develops logistical problems. Offerings must be counted. Storage rooms must be maintained. Festival schedules must be remembered. Workers must be fed. Temple property must be tracked. Even heaven develops inventory management eventually. The archaeological evidence from Mesopotamian temples survives in stubborn fragments. Foundation deposits buried beneath walls, offering bowls, cylinder seals, temple platforms, votive statues with oversized eyes and folded hands, clay tablets recording grain, labor assignments, livestock, and ritual activity. Many of the surviving records are surprisingly ordinary. A quantity of barley, a list of workers, a sheep assigned to a ceremony, oil measured for temple use. The documents become stranger precisely because they are so administrative. Divine worship still required someone to count the jars correctly. For the Sumerians, the divine world itself was crowded, structured, and deeply serious. Mesopotamian texts describe groups of gods such as the Anunnaki, connected to authority, judgment, cosmic order, heaven, earth, fertility, storms, and kingship. These were not mysterious puzzle pieces waiting for modern conspiracy theories. They were part of a living religious system integrated directly into politics, agriculture, law, and daily life. And honestly, the historical reality is already strange enough without adding modern fantasy on top of it. Entire cities organized themselves around invisible beings no one could physically verify, while still maintaining highly practical systems of grain storage, taxation, labor, and ritual scheduling in those beings' names. A temple god often functioned almost like the symbolic head of a massive household. Fields belonged to the god. Workers labored for the god. Offerings fed the god. Festivals honored the god. The divine statue inside the temple might be washed, clothed, perfumed, fed, and ceremonially maintained as though it represented a living presence. Some statues used wood, stone, shell, precious metals, or inlaid eyes designed to appear permanently alert. The wide-eyed votive figures surviving from Mesopotamian temples still look strangely attentive thousands of years later, as though eternal concentration itself had been carved into stone. And once belief becomes attached to physical institutions, entire cities begin reorganizing around sacred schedules. If festivals mark the turning of seasons, someone must track the calendar carefully. If the gods control fertility and harvests, someone must monitor floods, planting cycles, and weather patterns. If offerings maintain divine favor, someone must manage collection and storage. Priests became keepers of time as much as ritual. A calendar was not just a list of dates. It told people when to plant, when to harvest, when to gather, when to purify, when to hope the river behaved properly that year. The river often had its own opinion. During major festivals, temple courtyards became enormous social spaces. Families gathered carrying food and offerings. Musicians played drums and lyres. Smoke from roasting meat drifted through crowds. Beer passed between clay cups. Processions moved carefully through streets where sacred dignity and uneven pavement had a long, complicated relationship. People arrived for different reasons. Some came out of devotion, some from fear, some from obligation, some because social pressure is older than civilization itself, and everyone else in the household was already going. Religion organized emotional life collectively, and myths helped explain forces people could not directly control. Why did floods arrive unpredictably? Why did sickness spread through homes? Why did kings rule? Why did harvests fail? Why did storms destroy one field and spare another? Mesopotamian myths answered these questions not like scientific instruments, but like systems of meaning. In stories involving Inanna, Enki, Enlil, Anu, Gilgamesh, and other figures, the world becomes populated with intention and personality. Storms stop being only weather. Fertility stops being only soil. Kingship becomes tied to divine legitimacy. And naturally, that divine legitimacy becomes politically useful very quickly. Temple records require careful interpretation because they blend devotion, administration, propaganda, ritual, and economic management together, constantly. One inscription may praise a ruler for honoring the gods magnificently. Another tablet quietly records the labor force required to repair flood damage afterward. The hymn sounds eternal. The broken brick sounds familiar. And the evidence becomes frustratingly thin, exactly where we most want certainty. We know temples managed enormous resources. We know rituals structured civic life. We know offerings moved through complex systems of storage and redistribution, but we do not know what ordinary people privately believed while participating in these systems. Did everyone feel genuine devotion? Did some attend mainly out of social expectation? Did some quietly doubt while still bringing offerings anyway? Those thoughts rarely survive. Still, the larger pattern remains difficult to miss. Belief synchronized people into shared time. It transformed invisible ideas into visible routines. It attached authority to architecture, music, ritual, law, and public ceremony. A temple courtyard could simultaneously function as sacred ground, economic center, archive, employer, school, political theater, and food distribution system. No one needed to define it that way explicitly. They simply needed to arrive on the correct day with the proper offering and know where to stand. And maybe that is the strangest part of all. Once enough people depend on sacred systems, the divine becomes deeply practical. The god's grain can spoil. The festival road can flood. The temple roof can leak. The priest can miscount inventory. Meanwhile, ordinary human noise continues underneath everything. Children fidgeting, someone coughing, someone adjusting a heavy basket, someone quietly hoping their offering will be enough. Civilization often imagines the sacred in grand terms, but most of the surviving evidence still points back toward routine, counting grain, maintaining walls, tracking calendars, feeding workers, and trying to keep cosmic order functioning one festival at a time. Chapter 10. How do you make a map when no one has actually seen all of what the map claims to show? One small Babylonian clay tablet offers a surprisingly honest answer. The Babylonian world map, only about the size of a hand, shows Babylon near the center, the Euphrates running through the landscape, an outer ring of bitter water surrounding the world, and strange triangular regions beyond the known edges. Parts of the writing are broken away. Parts of the world itself are missing. That feels appropriate somehow. The basic story is simple enough. Early maps were assembled from fragments of experience. A river bend, a mountain pass, a reliable well, a dangerous crossing, a coastline remembered from storms, a star rising during the correct season. Human beings did not begin by imagining the entire planet at once. They began with the much more immediate problem of getting somewhere and returning alive afterward. A mapmaker's table was really a place where memory became organized. On it might sit wax tablets, cords with knots, scraps of papyrus, rulers, bowls of ink, bits of hide, or travelers with sore feet trying to explain where the next water source actually was. The table collected directions, arguments, exaggerations, and complaints, which may honestly describe geography better than most textbooks do. A usable map begins with repetition. A landmark becomes important once people recognize it reliably more than once. A hill with a split ridge, a cedar grove visible from far away, a shrine beside a road crossing, a dark rock standing alone in pale terrain. Rivers became especially useful because they naturally drew visible lines across landscapes. They guided movement, supported agriculture, and connected settlements. But rivers also flooded, shifted channels, disappeared into marshes, and ignored human desires for tidy boundaries. Rivers have always resisted behaving like proper desk documents. And for travelers, maps were never abstract decorations. A road could carry grain, wool, timber, salt, copper, stories, taxes, marriage agreements, or rumors from distant cities. The same road could also contain robbery, bad weather, disease, broken wagons, exhausted animals, and missing water sources. If a map claimed water existed 2 days ahead, that information was not academically interesting. It was survival. Some maps were not designed to guide travelers step by step at all. Instead, they organized a meaningful world. The Babylonian world map places Babylon near the center, which tells us something about geography and something about identity. The map describes not only where places existed physically, but where importance was believed to exist culturally, and those beliefs connected directly into Mesopotamian religious systems involving gods, kingship, order, and cosmic structure. Texts involving figures such as the Anunnaki belong to that broader worldview, a civilization trying to explain rivers, heavens, authority, disaster, and human purpose through interconnected systems of story and ritual. The ancient material is already complex and fascinating on its own. It does not require modern conspiracy theories attached to it afterward. The clay says what it says. Then eventually, the clay breaks. Later, Greek and Roman geography introduced another important habit: measurement. Claudius Ptolemy, working in Roman Egypt during the 2nd century CE, described systems using latitude and longitude to organize the known world mathematically. That sounds extremely precise from a modern perspective. It was not always precise in practice. His calculations depended heavily on older records, traveler reports, estimates, and inherited mistakes. Distances could be confidently wrong for centuries at a time simply because enough people repeated the same numbers. Bad measurements often look very persuasive when arranged neatly in columns. Sea travel changed mapmaking further. Medieval Portolan charts covering the Mediterranean and Black Sea focused intensely on coastlines, harbors, compass directions, and navigation routes useful to sailors. These maps cared less about symbolic order and far more about practical survival. Avoiding rocks mattered. Finding safe harbors mattered. Returning home mattered. You can almost picture the process itself. A sailor records winds, currents, distances, and recognizable coastline features during a voyage. Those notes return to a workshop where mapmakers compare accounts from multiple travelers. If several reports agree, confidence increases. If one sailor describes an island nobody else has seen, uncertainty remains. But sometimes the island is drawn anyway. Hope also leaves marks on maps. And this is where empty spaces become interesting. Some blank regions were left unfinished, honestly. Others, filled with warnings, imagined creatures, distant peoples, or decorative illustrations. Sea monsters on historical maps are often treated as evidence of ignorance, but that interpretation is slightly unfair. A monster might represent danger, incomplete knowledge, storytelling tradition, symbolism, or simply an artist trying to make empty corners look less lonely. A blank edge feels unfinished. A sea serpent feels intentional. Trade routes gradually stretched these geographic systems outward. Roads across Central Asia, shipping lanes through the Indian Ocean, Saharan caravan networks, river systems in Africa, Pacific navigation routes, and countless regional paths connected communities long before any single map could capture the full pattern. Goods traveled outward. So did stories, languages, religions, recipes, diseases, tools, songs, jokes whose timing is now lost completely. A map can show movement. It cannot show conversation. And unfortunately, the surviving evidence becomes thin again, exactly where we most want clarity. Many maps were made on fragile materials: cloth, wood, bark, paper, skin, memory itself. Some indigenous mapping traditions relied heavily on songs, oral roots, woven patterns, carved objects, or embodied geographic knowledge passed through generations without producing flat objects. Modern archives would classify as maps. A person can know a landscape intimately without ever drawing it onto paper. That should probably make modern people slightly humbler about what counts as knowledge. Maps also changed power permanently. Once landscapes could be drawn, they could be taxed, divided, claimed, administered, defended, renamed, or controlled by people far away from the places themselves. A line drawn across a table could eventually shape the lives of entire households that never saw the table at all. The river might not care where borders are placed. The people living beside the river usually have to care very much. And maybe that is why old maps feel strangely emotional, even when they are inaccurate. A misplaced island. A coastline stretched incorrectly. A mountain range copied from rumor. They are mistakes, yes. But they are also physical records of human beings trying to assemble a world larger than any single person could fully see. The map never becomes complete. It simply becomes the next attempt to keep uncertainty from swallowing the road entirely. Chapter 11. How do you close a city every night without trapping the people who feed it? One small answer survives in the shape of a gate socket, a heavy stone block with a circular hollow, worn smooth by a wooden post, turning in the same place day after day. The stone itself does not look impressive. It looks more like a tired bowl left in the ground too long. but it once held the pivot of a city gate, and the gate controlled the boundary between safety and uncertainty. Open at sunrise, watched through the day, closed once the city decided the outside had become too dangerous to trust. The basic story is simple enough. Cities built walls because concentrated wealth made people nervous. A city gathered grain, animals, tools, records, temples, workshops, children, debt, and labor into one crowded place. That concentration created opportunity. It also created risk. A wall marked the edge of that shared gamble. It told outsiders where the city began and reminded insiders where authority expected order to remain. In southern Mesopotamia, the city of Uruk became famous for its walls. Later traditions connected them to Gilgamesh, the ruler whose name sits somewhere between mythology, memory, and possible history. The Epic of Gilgamesh opens not with a battlefield, but with brickwork. The listener is invited to examine the walls themselves. That detail matters. The poet points first toward construction. Mud, brick, labor, foundation, maintenance. The wall was physical proof that organization could reshape an exposed landscape into something defended and permanent. And Mesopotamian cities already existed inside a world complex enough without modern exaggeration added afterward. Their societies included temple economies, canal agriculture, administrative record-keeping, large urban populations, and religious systems involving figures such as the Anunnaki woven into ideas of kingship, cosmic order, and civic life. None of that requires alien theories to become fascinating. The historical reality is already strange enough. Massive cities rising from flat river plains where stone was scarce, and mud existed everywhere. Mud brick itself is not glamorous material. Rain damages it. Floodwater weakens it. Sun cracks it. A city wall made from mud brick was never a permanent achievement completed once and forgotten forever. A wall was also a maintenance schedule. Someone had to repair weak sections. Someone cleared drainage channels. Someone replaced timber supports. Someone hauled baskets of mud and earth repeatedly. And someone almost certainly argued about whose responsibility the repairs actually were. Administration begins appearing surprisingly quickly once enough humans share one problem, and walls changed movement itself. Instead of entering a settlement freely from all directions, traffic narrowed into gates. A farmer with onions, a trader carrying wool, a messenger with sealed tablets, a water carrier, a donkey cart loaded with grain, and someone arriving too late before sunset, all eventually passed through the same controlled spaces. You can almost hear the sounds. Wooden wheels hitting packed ground, animals complaining, guards questioning travelers, people waiting impatiently while goods are counted. And the smells were probably impossible to ignore. Dust, animal sweat, bread, river mud, ditches nearby that everyone preferred pretending were someone else's responsibility. Defense was the obvious purpose of walls. A wall slows attackers and concentrates movement toward guarded openings. Ditches, towers, parapets, raised walkways, reinforced gates, and narrow entrances all force danger into predictable locations. The mechanism is simple. Open land gives many choices. Walls remove choices. Attackers are compressed toward gates and choke points where defenders can organize more effectively. People dislike waiting in lines now. An ancient queue involving arrows was probably much worse. But walls changed daily life inside cities too. They made taxation easier. They made inspection easier. They made curfews possible. At gates, goods could be measured, counted, taxed, or denied entry entirely. A guard or clerk did not need to understand the whole economy. They only needed to stop movement long enough for records, seals, weights, or authority to intervene. The road passed through one narrow place. That gave power to whoever controlled the opening, and the surviving evidence for walls appears in many forms. Collapsed foundations, tower bases, gate rooms, repair layers, ditches, texts praising fortifications, records listing labor obligations, images showing defended cities crowned with battlements. But the record becomes thin again, precisely where ordinary people become most visible. We can study bricks. We can trace wall lines. We can estimate gate widths. What disappears are the conversations happening, while people waited outside the entrance at dusk, hoping the guards would still allow them through. And the frustrations must have been constant. If you arrived too late, you slept outside. If you owed taxes, the wall remembered. If you lived near the gate, traffic noise arrived before sunrise. If disease entered the city, the same walls keeping enemies out could trap fear and illness inside. Order often comes with a latch attached to it, and maybe that is the deeper social shift walls introduced. A fortified city no longer feels like a temporary gathering of households. It begins feeling like a defined body, with an inside and an outside. Citizens, foreigners, merchants, priests, laborers, guards, captives and travelers all pass through the same opening under completely different expectations. The stones themselves do not care who crosses the threshold. The people guarding the threshold care very much. A boundary stops being abstract once salaries, laws, and authority gather around it. And walls varied enormously depending on place and resources. Some cities relied on packed earth ramparts and timber palisades. Others built stone fortifications with towers, stairways, parapets, and reinforced gates requiring generations of labor to complete. You can still feel the physical reality of that labor underneath the symbolism. Stone quarried and hauled, mud mixed and shaped, timber cut and lifted, ditches dug, mortar mixed, cracks repaired after storms. Civilization often presents itself through monuments. But monuments are built from exhausted shoulders. Some laborers were paid. Some worked through tax obligations. Some were likely forced entirely. The records rarely pause long enough to ask whether anyone's back hurt afterward. The baskets arrived. The wall row. That was sufficient for administration, and after all that effort, most walls eventually failed anyway. Some were breached during war. Some were abandoned as cities declined. Some became quarries for newer buildings, their stones recycled into houses, drains, roads, and animal pens centuries later. The proud defensive boundary becomes ordinary construction material eventually. And maybe that is why old city walls feel strangely human, despite their scale. They represent anxiety made physical, a civilization looking at uncertainty and deciding to answer with gates, towers, guards, schedules, and controlled movement. Not because people suddenly stopped fearing the outside world, but because they wanted fear organized into something measurable. A doorway, a closing time, a watchman, and a wall thick enough to lean against at sunset, while hoping it would still hold tomorrow. Chapter 12. Begin with the forge itself. An anvil blackened from years of strikes. Bellows breathing air into coals. Tongs gripping orange metal, while sparks snap against a soot-covered floor. The smith wipes sweat from his brow with the back of one arm and immediately regrets touching soot with sweaty skin. The quiet question inside a workshop like this is simple enough. What did metal change for ordinary people? The answer matters because metal transformed work, farming, building, transport, and violence all at once. Weapons improved, yes, but so did plows, nails, hinges, chisels, knives, saws, carts, and tools. Ordinary households used every day. How much heat does it take to turn reddish stone from a hillside into a blade or plow edge? Archaeologists often begin answering that question through slag, the heavy glassy waste left beside ancient furnaces. Slag is not attractive material. It looks burnt, bubbled, and strangely ugly. But slag heaps are evidence that ore, charcoal, labor, air, and heat were brought together intentionally to force stone into becoming something useful. A slag pile is really an industrial receipt. The basic story is simple enough. Metal changed what human hands could physically accomplish. Bronze and later iron allowed sharper edges, stronger fittings, tougher tools, more durable weapons, and more repairable objects. But metal remained expensive and unevenly distributed for long stretches of history. Most people still depended heavily on wood, clay, fiber, leather, bone, and stone for ordinary life. Patience also remained widely available, which was unfortunate because patience has always been the cheapest technology. Metalworking began long before the hammer struck the anvil. Ore had to be located, mined, broken apart, washed, and transported. Trees had to be cut and converted into charcoal because ordinary wood did not produce steady enough heat for most smelting work. Furnaces themselves might be clay shafts packed with alternating layers of fuel and ore. Bellows pushed air through small openings called tuyères, feeding oxygen into the fire continuously. The process sounds simple written down. It was not simple in practice. Ore and charcoal entered the furnace. Heat and air transformed the material. A bloom of iron emerged mixed with slag and impurities. Then the metal had to be reheated, hammered, folded, and shaped repeatedly while still hot. And metal does not simply cooperate. Bronze behaves differently from iron. Bronze, made primarily from copper and tin, melts relatively easily and can be poured into molds. It works well for blades, tools, mirrors, fittings, pins, and decorative objects. Iron is far more stubborn. Early ironworkers often could not fully liquefy it. Instead, they heated it until workable and hammered impurities outward physically. Too much force could crack the metal. Poor heating produced brittle edges. Bad fuel wasted enormous effort. A difficult day at the forge probably ended with someone staring personally offended at a stubborn lump of metal refusing to behave properly. Inside the forge itself, the environment would have felt intense and repetitive. Scale flakes scatter across the floor. Water in a quenching trough turns dark and warm. Bellows breathe constantly. The hammer falls again and again against glowing metal. Flatten, turn, strike, check, strike again. The rhythm matters more than elegance, and the work was physically exhausting. Smoke burns the eyes. Heat drains energy quickly. Arms and wrists absorb endless impact through repetitive motion. Romantic paintings tend to emphasize sparks and glowing steel, while quietly ignoring exhaustion. Ancient records make metalworking feel both ordinary and strategically important at the same time. Mesopotamian tablets mention copper, tin, silver, workshops, deliveries, labor assignments, and measured weights of raw material. Administrators loved inventories, then just as much as administrators do now, and metals often traveled enormous distances. Copper moved through trade routes from mining regions into growing cities. Tin, necessary for bronze production, could be much harder to obtain, and often traveled far across complicated exchange networks. Archaeologists reconstruct these systems through shipwrecks, ingots, furnace remains, chemical analysis, and scattered written records. But the evidence becomes frustratingly incomplete, exactly where curiosity becomes strongest. We know materials moved. We know workshops operated. We know large systems existed. But entire portions of the supply chains still disappear into historical gaps. Metalworking also encouraged secrecy. To outsiders, the process looked almost magical. A smith understood temperatures through color. Dull red, orange, yellow, nearly white. He knew when metal should cool slowly and when it should be quenched rapidly. He understood that small differences in heating and carbon content changed how iron behaved, even if he did not describe it in modern scientific terms. And perhaps most importantly, he understood cost. Every metal object carried hidden labor inside it. Miners, charcoal burners, haulers, smelters, traders, toolmakers, and the person standing closest to the furnace heat itself. That hidden labor changed entire societies through surprisingly small objects. A nail seems boring until you suddenly need one. Nails hold roofs, carts, ships, boxes, beams, sandals, gates, and doors together. An iron sickle changes harvesting speed. A bronze chisel changes woodworking precision. A stronger plowshare cuts deeper into difficult soil. No single invention transforms civilization alone. Tools travel in systems. A plow also requires animals, harnesses, fields, labor, storage, and somebody willing to argue about where the boundary line actually belongs. Weapons change too, and archaeology preserves them clearly. Spearheads, arrowheads, helmets, blades, shield fittings. Metal allowed warfare to become more durable, standardized, and scalable for societies able to control resources and production. But it would be a mistake to imagine ancient populations suddenly surrounded by gleaming metal everywhere. For many households, metal remained scarce. A knife might be sharpened repeatedly until the blade became thin and exhausted looking. Broken bronze could be melted and reused. Lost metal objects were searched for carefully because replacing them required real expense. If an iron pin disappeared into straw on the floor, the evening immediately gained a new priority. And maybe that is the larger pattern connecting the forge to everything that came before it. Human beings kept building tools that extended the body outward into the world. Stone changed cutting. Fire changed food. Farming changed settlement. Writing changed memory. Metal changed force itself. The human body remained fragile. Skin, hunger, fatigue, injury, aging. But the edge held in the hand became increasingly powerful, and that may explain why many societies treated smiths with a strange mixture of respect, suspicion, and fascination. A forge looked dangerous. Ore entered as rock. Fire transformed it. A useful object emerged afterward, carrying strength the original stone never possessed. To people watching without understanding every step, it must have seemed like controlled transformation, bordering on ritual. Which honestly is not entirely wrong. The forge is a place where earth, air, fire, and human effort collide hard enough to reshape the physical world. And somewhere inside the smoke, hammer strikes, and glowing metal, ordinary work itself began changing permanently. Fields cut deeper, walls held stronger, wheels lasted longer, weapons struck harder, and human hands extended their reach farther than flesh alone could ever manage. Chapter 13. How far from shore can a wooden ship travel before the shore stops helping? Standing on a deck at dawn, the question feels very physical. Damp planks shift under bare feet. Tar fills the seams between boards. Hemp rope hangs stiff with salt. A sailor looks back toward land and still sees a thin, dark strip against the horizon. Then the strip lowers. Then it disappears entirely. The basic story is simple enough. Human beings crossed open water because ships could carry far more than people or animals moving over land. Grain, copper, wine jars, timber, livestock, passengers, rumors, diseases. Bad news wrapped inside a sailor's cough. At first, the decision may not even have looked dramatic. Someone had cargo. Someone had a hull. Someone believed the wind might hold long enough to reach the next harbor. The ocean did not need to be conquered immediately. It only needed to become useful for one dangerous crossing, and then another after that. Eventually, repeated crossings become routes. Routes become trade. Trade becomes habit. And long before maps fully described these paths, sailors carried them inside memory and muscle. A ship itself was a machine built entirely from compromises. Wood floats until it cracks. Sails catch wind until they tear. Rope holds until wet fibers weaken and fray. The crew constantly fought small failures before they became large ones. Water had to be bailed. Lashings checked. Cargo balanced. Sails trimmed. Someone listened carefully for unusual sounds below deck, because ships rarely fail all at once. They usually fail gradually, one warning at a time. And the sea never stops testing the structure. Some of the clearest archaeological evidence comes from shipwrecks, which are really archives created accidentally. The Uluburun shipwreck, discovered off the coast of Turkey and dating to the late Bronze Age, carried copper ingots, tin, glass, ivory, resin, pottery, beads, and goods originating from multiple regions. The cargo reveals something important immediately. The ancient world was already deeply interconnected. Materials moved enormous distances. So did ideas. So did tastes. A lump of tin mined in one region might become bronze tools somewhere else entirely. Glass beads could travel farther than most human beings ever would. The sea moved objects, and the objects slowly reshaped cultures connected through exchange. And yet the evidence becomes frustratingly thin around the people themselves. Archaeologists can study cargo weights, pottery styles, wood remains, resin traces, anchors, and trade goods. The emotional experience of the voyage mostly disappears. Someone slept beside wet rope. Someone ate bread that absorbed the personality of its storage jar weeks ago. Someone argued about weather. Someone quietly worried the coastline should have appeared already. Those details vanish much faster than copper ingots do. Navigation began partly through the sky, but sailors relied on far more than stars alone. Wind direction mattered. Wave patterns mattered. Migrating birds mattered. Floating vegetation mattered. Watercolor near shoals mattered. A sounding line weighted with lead could be lowered into shallow water. Sometimes grease attached to the weight brought up traces of sand, mud, or shell from the seabed below. Tiny samples from the bottom became messages. Mud nearby, rock nearby, shore approaching. In the Mediterranean, sailors memorized coastlines, harbors, and seasonal winds. In the Indian Ocean, monsoon systems transformed timing itself into navigational knowledge. Polynesian navigation traditions drew from stars, ocean swells, cloud patterns, birds, and deeply trained memory carried across generations. The ocean looks empty from a distance. Experienced navigators learn to read it as information. And unfortunately, luck remained part of the system whether anyone wanted to admit it or not. Wind could fail. Storms could appear suddenly. A harbor entrance could vanish in fog or darkness. Ships drifted off course constantly. Ancient seafloors are filled with broken cargo, because many voyages ended badly enough to become archaeology. We should not exaggerate the fear dramatically. Sailors already understood the mathematics involved. Wood, weather, distance, darkness, hunger. The calculations did not always favor survival. Ports formed the second half of the maritime world. A harbor at sunrise would have smelled like fish, tar, wet wool, smoke, salt water, and cargo animals, already unhappy about unloading procedures. Languages overlapped constantly near docks. A merchant might hear prices in one language, insults in another, and prayers whispered quietly, while fragile jars were moved down a gangplank. And ports required systems, weights, seals, storage rooms, warehouse keys, records, customs rules, officials inspecting cargo. The sea connected regions physically. Ports organized the chaos afterward. Mesopotamian records mention ships alongside grain, reeds, timber, metals, and labor assignments regularly. Sumerian cities were not isolated settlements trapped inland. Rivers, marshes, and access to the Gulf connected them outward toward wider trade systems, involving places named Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha. Exactly how all these locations map onto modern geography remains debated in some cases, which is a polite, scholarly way of saying the evidence becomes messy again. A tablet names a place. A seal appears somewhere else. Cargo suggests a route. Then half the story disappears entirely. And seafaring changed more than commerce itself. Crops moved by water. So did recipes. So did technologies. Wheat, wine, oil, spices, dates, dried fish, rice, citrus, and eventually crops like maize and potatoes spread through maritime exchange systems over enormous stretches of time. Oceans became corridors, carrying biological change between societies. A harbor does not just exchange goods, it exchanges habits. And maybe that is the deeper significance of early seafaring. Ships allowed human beings to extend trust farther than direct eyesight could reach. A merchant loading cargo onto a vessel had to believe wood, rope, wind, navigation, weather, strangers, and distant ports would cooperate long enough for the exchange to matter. That is an extraordinary amount of uncertainty balanced on floating timber. And still, people kept sailing. Not because the ocean became safe. It never did. But because beyond the horizon waited materials, opportunities, stories, wealth, alliances, and futures impossible to reach while standing permanently on shore. So the hull creaked forward, the coastline disappeared, and somewhere beneath the sound of waves against wood, human civilization quietly stretched itself outward across open water, one risky crossing at a time. Chapter 14. Begin with open parchment beneath flickering candlelight. An ink pot sits beside a knife, used for sharpening quills and scraping away mistakes. Fine sand waits nearby for blotting wet lines before they smear across the page. Finished sheets stack slowly beside unfinished ones, while smoke drifts upward toward dark ceiling beams. The quiet question inside a room like this is simple enough. How did books survive long enough to reach the future? The answer matters because before printing presses existed, every book survived through repeated human copying. Knowledge moved forward one page at a time through ink, animal skin, thread, memory, error, and patience. How do you copy a book so it can outlive the building where it was written? One remarkable answer survives in the Codex Amiatinus, a massive Latin Bible produced in Northumbria around the year 700. The manuscript required well over 1,000 prepared parchment leaves and weighs roughly as much as a small child determined not to be carried anymore. Around 716, the abbot Ceolfrith began transporting it toward Rome and died during the journey. The book continued traveling without him. The basic story is simple enough. Before printing, books survived because scribes kept recreating them manually. A text did not spread as perfect information. It spread through human hands, and the work began long before the first word was copied. Animal skins had to be soaked, scraped, stretched across frames, dried, trimmed, and rubbed smooth. Pages were pricked and ruled carefully because even sacred writing drifts unevenly without guidelines. Ink might be mixed from oak galls, iron salts, soot, and binding agents. Quills required constant reshaping. A knife stayed near the scribe, partly for sharpening and partly for correcting mistakes directly on the parchment itself. The knife performed more editing than many readers would probably find comforting. The copying process itself sounds simple when described quickly. Look at the original text. Memorize a few words. Write them down. Repeat. But that loop contains endless opportunities for error. A scribe's eye might skip from one line ending to another, similar ending farther down the page, accidentally removing an entire sentence without noticing. A difficult word might be unconsciously replaced with a more familiar one. Notes written in margins as explanations could later be copied into the main text by someone who assumed they belonged there. And once mistakes enter a manuscript tradition, they begin traveling forward through later copies, which sounds disastrous at first. Oddly enough, the errors can also become useful. If several manuscripts share the same unusual mistake, scholars can sometimes trace them back toward a common earlier source, now lost entirely. A misspelled word, omitted sentence, or repeated phrase becomes evidence connecting surviving copies to vanished ancestors. The damage itself helps reconstruct the family tree. You can almost hear the room while this work continues. Quills scratch across parchment in short, dry strokes. Someone coughs quietly because silence is expected, and human lungs remain inconsiderate about timing. Sand taps lightly across wet ink. A wooden bench creaks after hours of sitting still. In some monastic scriptoria, speaking was heavily restricted. Requests for tools or materials might be communicated through hand signs instead of speech. A scribe needed. A quill, a scraper, a cloth, a knife, ink, good light, steady posture, and an unreasonable amount of patience. A full day's labor might produce only a modest number of finished pages. The page itself does not care whether the hand copying it has gone numb. and books were extremely expensive objects. A large Bible could require the skins of many animals. Binding added wooden boards, leather coverings, thread, metal fittings, and clasps strong enough to prevent thick parchment from warping over time. Some books were chained physically to reading desks because replacing them demanded enormous labor and material cost. That sounds dramatic now. At the time, it was practical. You do not casually misplace an object representing months or years of collective work. And yet the most human parts of these manuscripts often survive in the margins rather than the main text itself. Scribes tested pens with quick scribbles. They added little drawings. They left corrections, symbols, pointing hands called manicules, prayers, weather complaints, or brief personal notes. A formal manuscript tries to appear timeless. The margins quietly admit a person was present. Someone became frustrated with bad ink. Someone's wrist hurt. Someone doodled an animal where no animal belonged. Someone tested a pen and accidentally left evidence of personality behind for centuries afterward. Preservation itself depended partly on care and partly on luck. Libraries burned, buildings flooded, wars scattered collections. Institutions declined slowly through neglect, lack of money, or simple indifference. Entire texts vanished because nobody copied them again in time, and sometimes, far away from political centers, a single surviving copy, hidden inside a monastery cupboard or remote archive, quietly carried a work through centuries of instability. That is one of the strangest aspects of written history. A civilization may lose the original version of a text completely, while preserving a descendant copied generations later by someone who never imagined future historians examining the shape of individual letters. Knowledge survived through repetition, but repetition also reshaped knowledge constantly. No manuscript tradition remains perfectly stable for long. Spelling shifts. Sentences drift. Marginal notes enter main texts. Sections disappear accidentally. Later editors reorganize older material according to new assumptions or theological preferences. Books preserve information. They also preserve layers of human interference. And maybe that is why old manuscripts feel different from modern printed pages. A printed book tries to eliminate variation. A handwritten manuscript openly carries the marks of labor. Uneven letters. Corrected lines. Faded ink. Fingerprints pressed faintly into margins. Tiny mistakes surviving beside enormous effort. The book becomes less like a machine and more like a chain of human attention stretched across centuries. And somehow, despite fire, water, war, fatigue, boredom, copying errors, and institutions collapsing around them, enough of those chains survived for voices from distant centuries to continue speaking at all. Not perfectly, not completely, but clearly enough that a candlelit room, a tired scribe, and a page of wet ink can still reach across time long after the building around them has disappeared. Chapter 15. What do you do with a door when the house behind it may be carrying death? During London's plague orders of 1665, the answer became brutally simple. Shut the door. Guard it if necessary. Mark the outside with a red cross and the words, "Lord, have mercy upon us." Then place a watchman nearby, so the household could not quietly slip outside after dark to buy bread or disappear into the city unnoticed. The basic story is simple enough. Epidemics forced societies to invent rules long before they understood disease properly. People experimented with isolation, smoke, vinegar, herbs, prayers, quarantine, burning contaminated goods, shutting doors, recording deaths, and separating travelers from cities. Some of these actions helped accidentally. Others mainly made fear feel organized, and some created new suffering while trying to contain older suffering already spreading through crowded streets. A plague house was usually not a special building. Most often, it was simply an ordinary home that had suddenly become dangerous. A low bed, a wooden table, folded linen, a cup beside the window, a chamber pot nobody wanted to think about more than necessary. Then a mark appears on the door, and the house changes socially overnight. Food might be delivered across the threshold by parish workers, neighbors, or watchmen. Coins were sometimes dropped into vinegar before exchange because vinegar smelled sharp, clean, and vaguely medicinal. When people suspect the air itself has become dangerous, strong smells begin feeling morally reassuring. The disease feared under the name plague was often bubonic plague caused by Yersinia pestis. Though nobody in 17th century London knew the bacterium existed, in many outbreaks, transmission involved fleas carried by rodents. Some forms spread more directly between people through respiratory exposure, but most historical populations lacked microbiology entirely. They worked through observation instead. One house fell sick, then another nearby. Ships arrived. Illness followed. Crowded districts suffered badly, so people built systems around proximity, clothing, bedding, cargo, breath, and doors. Quarantine emerged from that practical fear. The word itself comes from the Italian quaranta giorni, meaning 40 days, referring to isolation periods used in some port cities. Venice, Ragusa, and other maritime centers developed procedures for separating ships, crews, and goods before allowing entry. Cargo could wait offshore. Travelers could be isolated temporarily. Letters might be fumigated. Cloth received special suspicion because fabric absorbs dampness, smell, insects, and blame very efficiently. A bale of wool arriving by ship could suddenly feel threatening, even while sitting completely still. Inside cities, the systems became far more personal. Officials inspected homes. Searchers examined bodies. Parish clerks compiled bills of mortality, listing deaths by neighborhood and suspected cause. These records matter enormously because they allow historians to track outbreaks week by week across urban populations. But the records were imperfect too. Plague could be guessed incorrectly. Other illnesses could hide beneath different labels. The women often employed as searchers worked exhausting jobs involving constant exposure to sickness and death for very little reward. The archive survives. The exhaustion mostly does not, and privacy disappears quickly during an epidemic. Your household becomes a public risk calculation. Your door becomes information. Neighbors begin watching each other. through the uncomfortable mixture of concern and self-preservation that epidemics produce repeatedly across history. Who carried water yesterday? Who touched the bread? Who entered that house? Who is helping? Who is being reckless? A cough through a thin wall changes how an entire street behaves. Folk remedies filled the enormous space left by uncertainty. People carried herbs, burned rosemary or juniper, washed surfaces with vinegar, wore amulets, avoided foul smells, or consumed medicines whose confidence greatly exceeded their effectiveness. Physicians recommended bleeding, purging, or complicated mixtures based on theories of imbalance, corruption, or poisoned air. Religious explanations mattered deeply too. Sermons, fasting, prayers, processions, and moral interpretations helped people place fear into larger systems of meaning. Humans rarely become intellectually tidy while frightened. The categories begin overlapping quickly. Bad air, sin, divine punishment, contagion, astrology, corruption, fate, and oddly enough, some incorrect theories still produced useful behavior. If people believed foul air caused illness, they sometimes cleaned streets, opened windows, or avoided crowded areas. If they believed contaminated cloth spread danger, they burned infected bedding or isolated cargo. The explanation could be wrong. The action could still reduce risk. History contains a surprising number of accidental successes. Inside plague houses, care remained intensely physical and repetitive. Someone still had to carry water, wash linen, empty waste, clean floors, cool fevers, and stop children from touching exactly what they had been told not to touch. Much of this work fell onto women, servants, relatives, and caregivers with limited ability to escape, and survival itself remained unpredictable. Some people recovered through luck, some through stronger immune responses, some through reduced exposure, some simply because their bodies endured what others could not. The historical record usually preserves the dead more clearly than the recovered. Burials create paperwork. Getting better often leaves silence. And that silence matters because epidemics reshaped families, neighborhoods, economies, and entire cities, even when survival rates eventually improved. We can count graves, regulations, quarantine orders, and burial records far more easily than we can reconstruct the exact moment a household realized the fever had finally broken. A fire lit again in the kitchen, a shirt washed and hung outside. A door opened carefully after weeks shut-closed. Those moments rarely entered official records. Disease also reshaped cities structurally. Authorities widened streets, regulated burials, inspected ships, monitored movement, built pest houses, and attempted sanitation reforms with varying success. The burden rarely fell evenly. Wealthier households often escaped cities for rural estates when possible. Poor families remained where they were, crowded together inside districts where isolation became far harder to maintain. History often describes this politely. Reality was probably less polite, And maybe that is why the plague house matters beyond medicine itself. It reveals civilization under pressure at the scale of a doorway. Trade had connected cities. Writing had organized them. Density had made them productive. Then disease tested whether human closeness could survive its own consequences. A city is fundamentally a promise that living together creates more advantages than danger. Epidemics forced societies to reconsider that promise repeatedly, and the marked door became more than a symbol of illness. It became a visible record of impossible trade-offs. Protect the street, or protect the household. Care for the sick, or protect the caregiver. Keep commerce open, or risk spreading death farther. Some doors opened again afterward. Some never did. Eventually, the paint faded. The watchman left. The parish books moved on to the next week and the next list of names. And somewhere inside those records are the people who survived quietly enough that history almost forgot to mention them at all. Breathing again behind doors that no longer needed explaining. Chapter 16. A clay loom weight is a surprisingly small answer to a very large household problem. How do you keep hundreds of hanging threads from collapsing into useless knots? Archaeologists find these weights in homes, workshops, and storage rooms throughout the ancient Mediterranean and Near East. Most are simple baked clay, pierced near the top, heavy enough to pull vertical warp threads straight on a loom. The cloth itself is usually gone long before excavation begins. The weight survives. The fabric disappears. The basic story is simple enough. Cloth required enormous amounts of labor before it ever became clothing, blankets, sails, or household fabric. Before a shirt existed, someone had to turn loose fiber into thread, and thread into woven surface. That sounds manageable until you realize a single garment may contain miles of spun yarn. Sheep, inconveniently, do not arrive already organized into thread, though the sheep likely considered that somebody else's problem. A loom room would have carried its own atmosphere entirely. Raw wool with traces of animal grease still inside it. Damp linen fibers softened for weaving. Dyed yarn hanging unevenly from hooks. Baskets full of fleece. Wooden frames leaning against walls. Bone needles, spindle whorls, combs, and scattered bits of fiber caught everywhere. The sounds would have been repetitive and quiet. Wood tapping, thread tightening, a shuttle sliding through warp threads, someone sighing because one snapped strand suddenly interrupted an hour of careful work. Textiles create a difficult problem for archaeology because they decay extremely well. Wool rots. Linen breaks apart. Clothing gets patched, reused, cut into rags, wrapped around tools, turned into bandages, or burned entirely. Only under unusual conditions, such as deserts, waterlogged ground, frozen environments, or sealed burials, do substantial fabric fragments survive long enough for modern excavation. Most of the time, the cloth vanishes while the tools remain behind. And that absence matters historically. If we only focus on what survives well archaeologically, we begin overestimating the importance of stone, metal, and fired clay while underestimating softer technologies that touched human bodies every single day. A bronze sword survives dramatically in a museum display. A wool cloak kept someone alive through cold rain repeatedly for years. The cloak mattered more often. It was simply worse at becoming evidence. In Mesopotamia, textile production appears constantly in written records. Sumerian administrative tablets list wool allotments, weaving labor, finished garments, temple inventories, and distributions tied to large institutional workshops. The scale becomes surprisingly industrial. Women workers, supervisors, storehouses, and temple systems all appear inside textile accounting. Cloth moved through the same administrative worlds that tracked grain, labor, livestock, and offerings. And naturally, the divine world appears there too. Temple statues required garments. Offerings included textiles. The same societies describing beings such as the Anunnaki also kept remarkably detailed records about wool distribution and weaving production. The cosmic and the administrative remained deeply connected. A goddess might receive ceremonial robes. Someone still had to count the wool carefully beforehand, and cloth itself functioned as stored value long before coinage became widespread. Fabric could operate as wages, tax payment, inheritance, tribute, temple offerings, trade goods, or marriage gifts. A fine textile represented compressed labor. If the weave loosened too quickly, or the dye faded badly, people noticed eventually, usually at inconvenient moments. The process itself was mechanically simple and physically demanding. First came the raw fiber: wool, flax, cotton in some regions, plant fibers, and eventually silk in parts of Asia. The fiber had to be cleaned, separated, combed, and prepared. Then spinning began. A spindle and weighted whirl twisted loose fibers into thread by applying tension continuously. Twist creates strength. Too little twist and the thread falls apart. Too much, and it curls into itself aggressively, like it has developed personal opinions. Once enough thread existed, weaving could begin. Vertical warp threads were stretched under tension across the loom. The weaver passed horizontal weft threads over and under repeatedly through the gaps. Shed rods and heddles separated threads into workable layers, while the woven rows were beaten tightly into place. The mechanism becomes almost stubbornly elegant. Fiber, twist, tension, pattern, repetition. Input, raw material and time. Output, cloth. Limitation, the human body. Shoulders ache, eyes strain, hands dry out. Children still need feeding. Rain still leaks through roofs. The loom does not pause, because life became inconvenient elsewhere. And patterns carried information beyond simple decoration. Borders, stripes, dyed edges, woven bands, and color choices could signal region, wealth, occupation, ritual purpose, social status, or group identity. Some dyes were common. Others were expensive enough to become social announcements. Madder roots produced reds. Woad and indigo created blues. Mediterranean purple dyes extracted from shellfish became famous because producing them required absurd amounts of labor and material. Certain colors practically announced status before the wearer spoke. Most people, of course, wore simpler fabrics because history tends to distribute luxury unevenly. Clothing also shaped how bodies moved through society. Veils, belts, cloaks, aprons, mantles, tunics, and decorated hems all communicated expectations about age, work, gender, ritual role, wealth, mourning, or belonging. Fabric became social information worn directly on the body, and like most social information, it could occasionally exaggerate reality slightly. People have always tried to look a little wealthier, more respectable, or more organized than they truly were. A good garment could create that illusion temporarily, and maybe that is why loom weights feel strangely emotional despite their simplicity. They are reminders that civilization depended not only on kings, walls, trade routes, and weapons, but also on endless, repetitive labor happening quietly inside ordinary rooms. Hands twisting fiber, threads tightening under tension, patterns emerging slowly row by row. The cloth itself usually disappears, but the weight remains behind in the dirt, still carrying evidence that someone once spent long hours turning loose fibers into warmth, status, memory, shelter, trade, and identity, one thread at a time. Chapter 17. On a clockmaker's bench, the practical question is surprisingly small. How do you persuade a piece of brass to spend 1 hour correctly? A pinion slips against a gear tooth. A weight pulls downward by a cord. Tiny metal surfaces touch and separate thousands of times, while the mechanism tries to transform falling gravity into measured time. The basic story is simple enough. Mechanical clocks taught people to organize life without relying directly on the sun. After that, work, prayer, travel, sleep, and eventually anxiety itself became easier to schedule. A workshop clock is not a romantic object once you stand close to it long enough. Brass gears collect dust, oil thickens, screws loosen. Wooden frames swell slightly with humidity. Apprentices drop tiny parts into floor shavings and then pretend not to panic about it. The mechanism cares very little about philosophy. It cares deeply about friction. A clockmaker works with files, tweezers, drills, small hammers, magnifying lenses, and endless patience. The escapement must release gear teeth evenly. The cord must not stretch too much. Pivot holes cannot wear unevenly. If the mechanism slips slightly, the entire hour drifts away from accuracy. And the important part really is the escapement. A hanging weight naturally wants to fall all at once. The gear train slows the motion. The escapement interrupts the movement tooth by tooth, releasing energy in controlled steps. That interruption becomes the tick. Input. Falling weight. Process. Gears dividing motion carefully. Output. A measurable unit people agree to call an hour. The limitation is obvious once you notice it. The whole system depends on tiny contacts between tiny surfaces. And tiny surfaces are extremely fussy. Before mechanical clocks became widespread, people already measured time in many ways. Sundials tracked shadows. Water clocks measured flowing liquid. Candles burned through marked intervals. Astronomers followed stars and planetary motion carefully. Older Mesopotamian counting systems also quietly survived inside later timekeeping. The strange persistence of 60 minutes in an hour and 60 seconds in a minute traces partly back toward ancient Sumerian and Babylonian mathematical traditions using base 60 calculations. The Sumerians did not hand medieval Europe a working wristwatch, of course. History almost never behaves that neatly. But very old numerical habits remained embedded inside astronomy, mathematics, and eventually clocks themselves. The ancient clock refused to retire. The surviving evidence becomes slightly uncertain, exactly where modern people want clean invention stories. Early mechanical clocks appeared in Europe around the late 13th and 14th centuries, especially in monasteries, cathedrals, and urban centers. Some famous early mechanisms, including the clock associated with Salisbury Cathedral, are generally dated to the late medieval period, though historians still debate certain details. The records themselves sound wonderfully ordinary: payments for repairs, ironwork accounts, bell maintenance, replacement wheels, craftsmen hired because the clock stopped behaving correctly again. Timekeeping entered history through maintenance requests, and many early clocks did not even display minutes clearly. Some lacked recognizable clock faces entirely. Instead, they announced time publicly through bells. Time was heard before it was watched. A bell for prayer. A bell for market opening. A bell for closing city gates. A bell reminding exhausted workers the day still belonged partly to someone else. Private machinery became public sound, and this changed religious life in practical ways. Monastic schedules already divided the day into prayer hours, but daylight shifts constantly across seasons. Winter compresses afternoon light quickly. Summer evenings stretch outward almost irresponsibly. Mechanical clocks imposed more regular divisions onto those natural variations. The body might feel cold, hungry, or exhausted. The bell still rang anyway, which sounds minor until a machine in a tower begins deciding when entire communities wake, gather, work, eat, and sleep. And once measured time enters labor systems, societies begin reorganizing around it gradually. When time is experienced naturally, work often ends when the bread finishes baking, the field becomes too dark, the cloth is completed, or the workers simply cannot tolerate each other any longer that day. When time becomes measurable, labor changes character. An hour can be priced, compared, tracked, sold, delayed, punished. This transformation happened unevenly across regions and centuries. Rural life still followed weather, animals, and seasons heavily. But the habit of dividing life into increasingly standardized units slowly spread into contracts, workshops, schools, courts, ports, and eventually factories. Back at the workbench, though, the clockmaker worries about something much smaller. Evenness. Tick, gap, tick, gap. A tiny irregularity in the mechanism may eventually become a missed meeting, a delayed shipment, or an argument about who arrived late. That is the strange dignity of the machine. It begins as brass and oil, and ends as social expectation. Accuracy improved gradually through later innovations. Pendulum clocks developed in the 17th century, especially through work associated with Christian Huygens, dramatically improved precision compared to earlier verge and foliot systems. A pendulum swings with remarkable regularity under the right conditions. Keep the arc controlled. Reduce friction. Maintain stable length. The day becomes easier to divide reliably. Later, watches introduced balance springs. Maritime navigation demanded increasingly accurate clocks for determining longitude at sea. Astronomers needed better timing to measure celestial motion properly. The more carefully humans studied the heavens, the more dependent they became on tiny mechanical parts sitting quietly inside wooden cases. And clocks changed sleep too, though unevenly and gradually. People did not suddenly become modern clock watchers overnight. Many households still slept according to habit. Seasonal light, animal sounds, work demands, and the uncomfortable reality that historical beds were often crowded, cold, or unpleasant. But clocks slowly shifted authority away from the body's natural signals. A person could feel exhausted and still continue working because the hour said otherwise. A person could wake before dawn because a bell demanded it. A city could synchronize itself around machinery instead of sunrise alone. And maybe that is the deeper transformation mechanical clocks introduced. They did not merely measure time. They standardized expectation. Once enough people trust the same clock, society begins moving together differently. Meetings become possible at precise times. Markets coordinate more tightly. Ships depart on schedules. Factories eventually discipline entire populations around measured hours. The clock transforms from tool into environment, and all of it begins with tiny metal contacts repeating themselves patiently inside a workshop where someone listens carefully for rhythm. Tick, gap, tick, gap. Trying to make brass behave consistently enough that an entire town can trust tomorrow to arrive on time. Chapter 18. Begin with a heap of coal beside a lantern in a cellar where the walls are already darkened from years of soot. A shovel leans against brick. Dust settles into corners. No one fully manages to clean. Footsteps echo differently underground, and the air carries that dry mineral smell coal leaves behind on hands, cuffs, floorboards, and eventually lungs. The quiet question inside the cellar is simple enough. What changed once human beings learned to burn buried energy at enormous scale? The answer matters because coal reshaped heat, labor, transportation, cities, industry, and even the sky itself. A coal delivery ticket could be an extremely plain object, a date, a street name, a household account, an amount measured by weight. The practical problem was immediate. How much fuel could a family afford before winter deepened? The answer sat in the cellar, as a black heap waiting to become warmth, one shovel at a time. Coal was energy you could physically carry. The basic story is simple enough. Coal allowed human beings to spend ancient sunlight very quickly. Millions of years earlier, plants absorbed energy through sunlight. Some of that plant matter became buried compressed, heated, and transformed underground over geological time into coal seams. When burned with oxygen, that stored energy returned suddenly as heat. Put the heat beneath a boiler, and water becomes steam. Steam expands. Pressure builds. A piston moves. A wheel turns. Input: coal, water, air, labor. Process: fire under pressure. Output: motion, heat, smoke, ash, and eventually an industrial appetite large enough to reorganize entire landscapes around feeding it. Down cellar steps, the process felt smaller and more domestic. Many urban houses had coal holes set into sidewalks or courtyards above the cellar. Delivery workers dumped sacks through iron covers directly into storage bins below. Efficient, certainly. Someone still had to carry the coal back upstairs afterward. And household coal labor was constant. A scuttle beside the hearth became as ordinary as a broom or kettle. Ash had to be emptied. Fires had to be tended. Grates needed cleaning. Coal dust settled into cracks, fabric, fingernails, and lungs with impressive determination. Warmth required maintenance. A family running short on fuel before payday did not experience that shortage abstractly. Rooms stayed colder. Wash water became less generous. Fires burned lower. People gathered closer together indoors because heating entire houses evenly was expensive. Comfort became measurable in shovelfuls. The surviving records are wonderfully ordinary here, which often makes them useful historically. Mine reports tracked extraction totals. Railways counted fuel consumption. Factory owners listed coal costs beside wages and repairs. Household account books placed coal beside bread, soap, candles, tea, and rent. Coal entered daily life quietly as a recurring expense before it became a historical era. And the cellar connected directly into much larger systems above ground. Coal-powered steam engines that drove factory machinery after dark. It moved trains carrying grain, iron, cotton, mail, fish, newspapers, and passengers across distances impossible for horse transport alone. A factory no longer needed to sit beside fast water for mechanical power. Coal separated industry from rivers. That changed where cities could grow, where labor concentrated, and how quickly goods moved through economies. A locomotive did not require pasture land. A steam engine did not become tired in the same way a human body did. The scale changed rapidly. And unfortunately, the smoke went somewhere. Coal soot settled onto windowsills, laundry lines, brick walls, church stone, river water, and snow that rarely remained white very long in industrial districts. In cities such as London, Manchester, Pittsburgh, and the Ruhr, the atmosphere itself became partially industrialized. The sky entered the workplace. Smoke mixed with fog. Ash settled across neighborhoods. Mine runoff entered rivers. People warmed homes while breathing dirtier air at the same time. From a modern distance, the trade-off can look obvious. Inside a freezing 19th century winter, the calculation felt less theoretical. The record becomes uneven, precisely where ordinary people become most visible. Engineers left technical diagrams. Governments left hearings and regulations. Factory owners left fuel accounts. The people scrubbing soot from collars, carrying ash buckets, or waking in rooms smelling faintly of smoke often left fewer written traces behind. So archaeology and material evidence take over again. Blackened brick, worn stair treads, fire grates, coal scuttles, cracked chimney linings, ash layers built slowly through repetition, evidence by abrasion. Coal also transformed the idea of power itself. For most of human history, energy depended heavily on muscle, wood, wind, water, and animals. Coal allowed societies to burn through compressed geological time rapidly. A train leaving a station was not simply moving forward mechanically. Ancient forests were being consumed beneath its boiler at extraordinary speed. A timetable quietly contained prehistory inside it. And once societies reorganized around concentrated fuel, expectations changed too. Factories expected continuous motion. Railways expected schedules. Cities expected reliable heating. Industry expected growth. The machine no longer waited patiently for weather or river flow in the same way earlier systems often had to. Coal accelerated everything: manufacturing, transport, urbanization, communication, resource extraction. An acceleration creates its own momentum. A city built around mines, railways, furnaces, and mills does not easily slow itself back down afterward. Streets, housing, ports, labor systems, and economies begin depending on continuous fuel movement. The cellar feeds the furnace. The furnace feeds the factory. The factory feeds the city. The city demands more coal. The cycle reinforces itself. And maybe that is the deeper question hidden inside the coal heap. What happens when a species learns to spend buried time as daily fuel? The answer appears everywhere afterward. In steel bridges, rail lines, factory districts, terraced worker housing, power stations, smokestacks, and eventually electrical systems spreading quietly beneath floors and walls. The coal age fades unevenly across the world now. Some mines close. Others continue operating. Power systems shift. Technologies change. Political arguments multiply. But the industrial world coal built still surrounds modern life structurally. And somewhere beneath all the machinery, schedules, engines, and electric light remains the older image: a cellar, a shovel, a lantern, black dust gathering quietly in corners, while someone carries another scuttle upstairs because the room is getting cold again. Chapter 19. The practical question under a desk in about 1998 was surprisingly simple. Which cable could you unplug without ruining the evening? A grey phone cord ran into a 56K modem. A thick power cable disappeared behind a beige computer tower. A purple PS2 connector belonged to the keyboard, assuming the tiny colour markings had not already worn away. Somewhere near the floor waited a fragile plastic network clip prepared to snap at exactly the worst possible moment, because technology has always enjoyed small acts of betrayal. The basic story is simple enough. The digital age entered ordinary life through chores before it became a worldview. Plug this in. Wait for the connection sound. Save the file. Restart the machine. Do not kick the power strip. The revolution arrived disguised as household maintenance. A computer changed the room first. Then it changed the structure of the day. Filing cabinets became folders on hard drives. Music collections became files. Letters became emails. Then threads. Then notifications carrying the strange emotional pressure of unfinished obligations. One glowing screen gradually absorbed. Work, school, shopping, games, friendships, arguments, photographs, maps, music, and boredom itself. The mechanism becomes fairly straightforward once slowed down enough. A key is pressed. The machine converts the press into electrical signals. Signals become binary instructions. Instructions move into memory, storage, or transmission systems. If information travels outward, it is broken into packets and routed across copper wire, fiber optic cable, radio systems, satellites, switches, routers, and undersea infrastructure before being reassembled somewhere else. Input, keystrokes, clicks, voice, images, process. Encoding, storage, transmission, processing. Output, messages, documents, video, search results. Tiny arguments occurring instantly across continents. And the limitations remain surprisingly human. Power failure, bandwidth, storage capacity, forgotten passwords, permissions, compatibility, someone accidentally deleting the wrong folder at 2 a.m. That last category became historically important very quickly. The internet altered distance itself. A person on another continent could respond within seconds. Someone in the next room could ignore messages indefinitely with impressive efficiency. Family photographs might exist physically, nowhere near the family itself. Songs no longer required shops, shelves, or plastic cases. Maps updated dynamically while people were still driving. The older world measured distance partly through physical effort. The newer one measured it through latency, loading speed, and signal strength in the kitchen. And the record created by digital life became strangely unstable despite its enormous volume. We now possess emails, message boards, chat logs, backup tapes, floppy disks, browser caches, old websites, compact disks, dead hard drives sitting in drawers beside tangled chargers. Nobody feels emotionally prepared to sort through. There is simultaneously too much information and not enough. Passwords disappear with their owners. Old software stops opening. Websites vanish when hosting payments fail. Entire online communities disappear because one neglected server finally shuts down. A folder labeled important may contain tax records, blurry photographs, unfinished novels, and 3 copies of the same cat image, which honestly feels historically accurate. Archivists and historians had to invent new forms of preservation almost immediately. Paper decays physically, but paper rarely demands a functioning driver from 2003 before allowing itself to be read. Digital storage behaves differently. Magnetic disks lose integrity. Flash memory degrades slowly. File formats become obsolete. Optical media scratches. Servers fail. Links rot. The information may still exist physically, while becoming practically inaccessible. And the cloud complicated this further by sounding immaterial while depending entirely on physical infrastructure. Warehouse-sized data centers, cooling systems, backup generators, fiber routes, security staff, concrete floors, and technicians walking fluorescent hallways at night, replacing failed drives. The cloud is not weightless. It is a building with marketing. Daily rituals shifted quietly around these systems. Charging devices became a household responsibility, alongside washing dishes or locking doors. People checked email before breakfast, then messages before email, then notifications before thinking clearly at all if they were not careful. Waiting changed shape too. Older waiting involved letters, trains, appointments, weather, distance. The newer waiting involved loading bars, software updates, frozen screens, buffering wheels, printers insisting they were connected while behaving like deeply stubborn philosophers, and computers transformed work rapidly because machines could sort, calculate, duplicate, search, and transmit information far faster than paper systems. A clerk adjusted spreadsheets instead of rewriting ledgers manually. A designer could undo mistakes instantly. Students searched catalogs remotely. Programmers sat beside cold coffee, explaining instructions to machines with increasing precision, which introduced another strange lesson. Computers obey instructions exactly, and exactly can become dangerous very quickly. A machine follows rules faithfully, even when the rules themselves are terrible. Play changed too. Arcade cabinets became consoles. Consoles became online systems. Games stopped existing only as objects and began existing as services, downloads, updates, and shared digital spaces. People cooperated, competed, traded items, argued over strategy, showed off rare equipment, waited for friends claiming they would join in 1 minute, while clearly still eating dinner somewhere off-screen. The ancient human habits survived perfectly inside new hardware. Status remained important. Humor remained important. Cheating remained extremely popular. So did generosity. And connection itself became simultaneously easier and more fragile. Friendships could exist entirely through text. Relationships began through forums, playlists, chat rooms, and profile pictures compressed badly enough to make everyone look slightly haunted. Families separated by migration or work could suddenly see one another through tiny cameras across enormous distances. At the same time, communication became slippery in new ways. A message might survive forever on a server nobody remembers. A message might disappear instantly. A photograph might exist in 10 backups, or vanish because one hard drive failed quietly in a closet. The digital world promised permanence while constantly depending on maintenance. And maybe that is the deeper transformation computers introduced into ordinary life. They did not simply speed information up. They turned information itself into environment. Work moved through screens. Memory moved through screens. Friendship moved through screens. Entertainment, navigation, shopping, dating, archives, bureaucracy, and boredom, all gathered inside the same glowing rectangle sitting quietly on a desk. And underneath that smooth surface remained the older physical reality: dust behind furniture, warm circuit boards, cables under tension, fans spinning in dark plastic cases, and someone kneeling sideways under a desk trying to follow the correct wire without disconnecting the entire evening by mistake. Chapter 20. How do you date an old globe after the paper label on the bottom has peeled away? You begin with the names printed across the surface. If the sphere still says Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, if Czechoslovakia still stretches across Central Europe, if Zaire appears across Central Africa, then the globe is quietly revealing the years it could have existed inside. It becomes a calendar disguised as geography. A slightly awkward calendar, admittedly, because it wobbles when someone spins it too hard looking for Brazil. The basic story is simple enough. A globe freezes the world at the moment somebody printed it. After that, history keeps moving. Governments collapse. Borders shift. Countries rename themselves. Coastlines erode. New capitals rise. Old alliances disappear. Meanwhile, the globe sits in a classroom corner, collecting dust and becoming less accurate year by year. And strangely enough, that loss of accuracy often makes it more historically interesting. A traditional school globe is a surprisingly careful piece of engineering. Most were made from printed paper strips called gauze wrapped carefully around a sphere. The strips narrow toward the poles because flat paper does not naturally want to become a round planet. It must be persuaded. And the persuasion is never entirely perfect. Look closely enough, and seams begin showing themselves. An ocean edge may not align exactly. A label near the Arctic stretches slightly until the letters look exhausted. The earth is difficult to wrap cleanly. Anyone who has struggled to cover a schoolbook with adhesive plastic already understands the principle on a much smaller scale. The metal ring surrounding the globe, called the meridian, gives the object a sense of mathematical order. The axis tilts roughly 23.5 degrees because Earth itself tilts that way. That part belongs mostly to astronomy. The borders belong to politics, and politics behaves much less predictably than planetary rotation. A printed boundary might represent treaties, wars, occupations, revolutions, independence movements, elections, negotiations, or committee rooms full of exhausted officials arguing about lines using expensive pens and increasingly strained patience. Then a cartographer has to compress all of that complexity into a line thin enough to fit onto paper. Every map is partly a dated argument, not necessarily an angry argument, but still an argument. A globe does not merely describe mountains and oceans. It also announces which names count, which governments are recognized, which disputes deserve solid lines, and which ones get handled with dotted borders and tiny footnotes nobody reads during geography class. You can almost picture the practical problems inside a map publishing company. A country changes its name. A federation dissolves. A capital city is renamed. Borders move after war or negotiation. Now every printing plate, reference file, and classroom order suddenly risks becoming outdated. But warehouses still contain unsold inventory. Schools still operate on delayed budgets. Teachers still need maps immediately. So children continue spinning globes already slightly behind the world outside the window. Some historical changes become especially useful for dating objects. The Soviet Union dissolved in 1991. Czechoslovakia separated peacefully into the Czech Republic, and Slovakia in 1993. Yugoslavia fragmented through a far more violent process across the 1990s. Zaire became the Democratic Republic of the Congo in 1997. Swaziland officially became Eswatini in 2018. These changes are not trivial details for the people living through them. They affect passports, road signs, school books, currency, football uniforms, bureaucracy, family history, and memory itself. A renamed country changes paperwork first. Then gradually it changes daily speech. But the surviving globe rarely tells the entire story cleanly. An outdated border might mean the globe predates the change, or it may simply mean the publisher reused older files, or the object sat unsold in storage for years. One globe still has its original box. Another has no packaging at all, and a coffee stain near Antarctica, doing far more historical work than anyone intended. The evidence becomes thin again, precisely where ordinary life becomes most important. Old globes preserve a world already escaping them, and even modern maps struggle with this constantly. Borders may be disputed differently depending on who publishes the map and where it is printed. Kashmir, Western Sahara, Taiwan, Crimea, and other contested regions often appear differently across editions and countries. Some publishers rely on dotted lines. Some add explanatory notes. Some quietly avoid the problem through typography, small enough to discourage further questions, as though shrinking the font might calm geopolitics down slightly. Scale introduces another problem entirely. A border, printed thinner than a fingernail, may represent checkpoints, fences, rivers, roads, farms, mountain crossings, and communities divided by history. On the globe, the line appears perfectly clean. On the ground, someone waits in rain holding documents beside a barrier while carrying groceries that are becoming less fresh by the minute. Cartography simplifies reality because it has no other choice, and the earth itself keeps moving independently of politics anyway. Coastlines erode, river deltas shift, glaciers retreat, storms redraw shorelines. A globe cannot show floodwater entering a house at night, or families stacking furniture upstairs while listening to weather reports. It preserves the older coastline confidently, even after the water has already moved farther inland. Migration changes the human geography too. People relocate because of war, jobs, drought, flooding, family networks, rising costs, opportunity, or survival itself. Neighborhoods transform long before official maps acknowledge anything changed. The bakery signs change first. Then the language is heard on buses. Then school forms. Then eventually, years later, the atlas catches up slightly. And maybe that is why old globes feel strangely emotional when held now. They preserve worlds many people remember personally, and other people never experienced at all. A finger pauses over a vanished country name. A scratched ocean reflects classroom fluorescent light. The varnish yellows slightly with age. And suddenly, the globe stops feeling like geography alone. It becomes an accidental archive of how human beings once believed the world was arranged at a particular moment in time. Not permanently, just temporarily enough to print. Because the deeper truth hidden inside every globe is fairly simple. The Earth itself never promised to stay still. People move. Governments change. Borders shift. Languages spread. Ice melts. Cities rise. Names disappear and return again. The sphere on the desk only captured one passing version of the arrangement before history continued rotating underneath it. Chapter 21. Begin with the clutter first. A microscope pushed slightly sideways to make room for a notebook. Pipette tip boxes stacked unevenly near a rack of labeled tubes. A centrifuge humming somewhere in the background, while a mug of tea goes cold beside a half-finished experiment. The quiet question inside a laboratory like this is simple enough. What do we still not know about ourselves? And how do we search for answers without fooling ourselves along the way? The answer matters because laboratories are places where method, error, patience, and luck all collide inside the same room. The first problem is usually much smaller than the theory. A tiny plastic tube labeled A17 sits beside several nearly identical tubes. Before anyone asks what the sample means scientifically, someone has to answer more practical questions first. Is this really A17? Was the lid sealed properly? Did contamination touch the sample? Did someone place the tube back into the wrong row at midnight after too much coffee and too little sleep? A very large idea can collapse because of one careless fingerprint, which is frustrating and also extremely human. The basic story is simple enough. A laboratory turns doubt into routine. You begin with a question too large to hold directly, then break it into smaller, measurable pieces. Measure one variable, compare it against a control. Record the time, temperature, method, equipment, and mistakes carefully enough that another person could repeat the process later. Science is often described dramatically as a march toward truth. Inside the room, it usually feels more like disciplined housekeeping with enormous consequences. The laboratory has its own atmosphere physically too. Ethanol evaporates from clean surfaces. Warm electronics give off faint heat. Old machines carry that dusty metallic smell equipment develops after running continuously for years. Somewhere, something probably needs calibration, and every lab seems to contain one abandoned object waiting quietly for someone to admit they forgot it. A mug, a jacket, a notebook, a sample rack. Nobody wants responsibility for anymore. The instruments themselves shape the kinds of answers possible. A microscope feels honest because the process appears direct. Place the slide down, adjust focus, observe the hidden structure. But even microscopes choose their truths carefully. A light microscope reveals one scale of reality. An electron microscope reveals another. A DNA sequencer converts biological material into chemical patterns displayed as digital information across a screen. The output looks clean. The process underneath rarely is. Enzymes, filters, software, temperature control, sample preparation, plastic waste, timing, calibration, repetition. Input, matter. Process, measurement. Output, patterns humans attempt to interpret correctly, and the limitation always remains. Every instrument reveals some things while hiding others. That limitation matters enormously. Genetics can show that modern populations carry traces of ancient migrations, interbreeding, population bottlenecks, and vanished lineages inside living bodies. DNA reveals relationships stretching backward across thousands of years, but it cannot reconstruct everything. A genome may hint at ancestry. It cannot return a specific face from 20,000 years ago. It cannot preserve a private joke told beside a fire near a coastline now underwater. The evidence becomes thinner and thinner until eventually only chemistry remains. And the same problem appears in neuroscience. Brain scans can map blood flow. Electrodes can record electrical activity. Psychological studies can convert private feelings into numerical scales and statistical patterns. Useful, certainly. Slightly rude, too, if you think about it long enough. Scientists can identify circuits, neurotransmitters, correlations, and behavioral patterns with increasing precision. Yet consciousness itself remains strangely difficult to pin down. The instruments improve. The data expands. The mystery refuses to shrink at the expected rate. Instead, it moves sideways into new questions. And that is not necessarily a failure of science. It may actually be one of science's more honest habits. Good answers rarely eliminate uncertainty completely. They relocate it. When radiocarbon dating improved, archaeologists gained far more precise timelines for ancient human activity. But those clearer dates immediately raised additional questions. How quickly did ideas spread? How often did populations interact? Why did some technologies persist for thousands of years, while others vanished rapidly? Better tools sharpen the outline of ignorance. Even ancient objects can re-enter scientific life inside laboratories. A Sumerian clay tablet may be scanned under angled light, photographed at high resolution, chemically analyzed, or digitally reconstructed from fragments. The tablets are real. The wedge-shaped marks are real. The religious world surrounding names like the Anunnaki was entirely real to the people who wrote those texts. The leap from that reality into modern alien mythology requires much more imagination than evidence. Still, the attraction makes emotional sense. Ancient civilizations often feel too sophisticated, strange, or distant to fit comfortably inside ordinary explanations. But ordinary does not mean uninteresting. A person pressed those marks into wet clay. The clay dried. The story survived longer than the hand itself. Scientific caution can appear less exciting than speculation, but it carries a useful discipline. It refuses to demand more from evidence than the evidence can actually support. If a fossil jaw changes a migration timeline, the careful answer may simply be that earlier models were incomplete. If a text survives in fragments, the careful answer may honestly remain, we do not fully know. People dislike uncertainty deeply, especially in documentaries, but reality appears unusually committed to it. And perhaps no object represents that honesty. better than the lab notebook itself. Date, sample, method, result, error, repeat. Many entries sound painfully ordinary. Gel failed. Sample contaminated. Instrument drift. Freezer alarm overnight. The notebook exists partly to stop human memory from quietly rewriting events afterward, because humans are unreliable instruments. Hands shake. Eyes skip lines. Freezer dares fail. Labels fall off. Someone discovers 3 unlabeled tubes from 2018 hidden behind old reagents, and suddenly the entire room becomes much quieter. Humility enters laboratories wearing nitrile gloves, and luck always remains involved too. Penicillin emerged partly because contamination was noticed, instead of discarded immediately. The cosmic microwave background was detected after researchers ruled out equipment issues, including pigeon contamination inside an antenna system. The accident provides the clue. Method determines whether the clue survives scrutiny, and maybe that is the deeper meaning of the quiet laboratory. It is not a place where certainty is manufactured cleanly. It is a place where human beings build systems carefully enough to reduce their own weaknesses: forgetfulness, bias, impatience, wishful thinking, carelessness, ego. Not perfectly. Never perfectly. But well enough that patterns hidden inside nature slowly begin emerging anyway. A cold mug beside a microscope. A notebook filled with corrections. A labeled tube sitting under fluorescent light. Small objects. Small routines. And somehow, through enough repetition, enough caution, and enough honesty about mistakes, those ordinary rooms continue pushing human knowledge slightly farther into the dark. Chapter 22. Begin with the window first. A sheet of glass reflecting a dim room behind it, while a distant skyline glows softly against the dark. A notebook sits near the sill, catching blue light from towers, traffic, aircraft beacons, and apartment windows stacked like illuminated cells across the city. Somewhere below, trains still move. Server rooms continue humming. A battery warning flashes quietly at 9%, because humanity appears determined to enter every future slightly undercharged. The quiet question is simple enough. What happens next? And who decides? The answer matters because new tools change the odds of survival, comfort, risk, and power all at once. A sealed envelope stored in an archive has a surprisingly practical problem. Nobody knows what kind of hands will open it someday. The paper may survive perfectly. The ink may remain legible. The label might say in careful handwriting, "Open in 2124. But the future reader may not understand the joke inside, or the map, or the charging cable tucked beside it, like a tiny plastic fossil from a civilization briefly obsessed with incompatible ports. The basic story is simple enough. Human beings preserve what they believe the future will care about. The difficult part is that people are usually wrong in interesting ways. Predictions emerge from hope, fear, fashion, funding, ideology, and the strange tendency to imagine tomorrow as a tidier version of the present. History contains enormous quantities of confident forecasts that aged badly in quiet warnings that later became ordinary infrastructure. At dusk, the city outside the window demonstrates the problem in miniature. A tower glows with office lighting. A delivery rider moves through traffic carrying dinner across wet streets. A child learns touchscreen gestures before learning cursive handwriting. Somewhere, cooling systems keep data centers from overheating at considerable electrical expense. The future is not waiting politely in the distance. It already exists partially inside wiring, software, housing policy, batteries, classrooms, and maintenance schedules. Researchers studying long-term survival use the dry phrase existential risk for the largest dangers facing civilization. The phrase sounds dramatic at first, but the mechanism itself is straightforward. A powerful technology spreads outward through governments, laboratories, corporations, infrastructure, homes, and eventually inexpensive consumer devices. The output may include better medicine, cleaner energy, automation, expanded knowledge, safer transportation, or radically improved communication. The limitation remains painfully familiar. Human wisdom does not automatically scale alongside human capability. Wisdom appears to require separate installation entirely. Writers and researchers associated with long-term risk analysis, including organizations such as the Future of Humanity Institute and authors like Toby Ord, focus less on predicting inevitable catastrophe and more on understanding how probabilities shift over time. Climate systems, engineered pathogens, nuclear arsenals, artificial intelligence, political instability, ecological collapse. These risks share something uncomfortable. They do not remain local for long. A decision made in one laboratory, cabinet room, shipping network, or server farm can eventually affect populations who never even learn where the decision originated. And strangely enough, many future-shaping systems look painfully ordinary while operating. A transformer mounted on a utility pole, a flood barrier, a grain storage facility, a software update, a carbon sensor in a classroom, a maintenance checklist nobody reads unless something fails catastrophically afterward. Civilization depends heavily on unglamorous objects behaving correctly. Someone notices a widening crack. Someone patches the code. Someone replaces a worn gasket. Someone updates emergency procedures before a storm season. Most of human survival is maintenance disguised as routine. The repair form rarely receives dramatic music in documentaries, which is unfair to repair forms. Artificial intelligence may become one of those ordinary-looking hinges. The cautious interpretation is simple enough. Human beings repeatedly externalize abilities into tools. Fire, altered digestion. Writing, altered memory. Machines, altered muscle. Networks, altered communication and attention. AI may alter cognitive labor itself. Pattern recognition. Language processing. Prediction. Simulation, design, research. Persuasion. Some people describe this as the next major phase of technological evolution. Others see systems learning human biases and scaling them dangerously. Both positions can become overconfident surprisingly quickly. The evidence points toward major change. Then prediction dissolves into uncertainty again. And honestly, uncertainty may be the most honest part of the discussion. Years ago, I once saw a handwritten sign taped above a malfunctioning automatic door inside a municipal building. It read, "Door is thinking." Nobody intended it philosophically. The sensor system was simply malfunctioning. Still, several people stood there quietly waiting for a glass rectangle to decide whether reality would permit entry. That may be one of the clearest images of the future ever accidentally created. A clever machine, a tired crowd, a small failure, and everyone pretending not to be irritated while waiting for technology to organize itself again. Back at the window, the skyline feels less like a finished civilization than a draft still under revision. Construction cranes blink red above rooftops. Delivery routes weave through streets. Water systems move invisibly underground. Fiber cables pulse beneath sidewalks. Apartment windows glow with thousands of unrelated private routines happening simultaneously. And future history may care less about speeches than about infrastructure. Where did the pipes go? How resilient were the electrical grids? Did schools teach people how to evaluate evidence? Did communities cooperate during shortages? Could ordinary people still understand and repair the systems surrounding them? Repairability may become one of civilization's most important forms of intelligence. There is also the older instinct pulling human attention upward again towards space itself. Thinkers such as Michio Kaku have written extensively about long-term possibilities involving Mars settlements, planetary engineering, advanced robotics, and interstellar exploration. Some ideas may eventually become practical. Others may remain elegant diagrams attached to impossible budgets. Still, a blueprint for a Martian greenhouse carries a strangely recognizable atmosphere. Pressure seals, water recycling, artificial lighting, air filtration. Small green leaves growing carefully inside controlled environments. Even on another planet, someone still has to clean the filter eventually. And maybe that is the deeper truth hiding beneath most visions of the future. The future is not only rockets, algorithms, or existential danger. It is also maintenance, relationships, judgment, repair, memory, and the survival of ordinary human things. Recipes, songs, inside jokes, voices, habits, names. The skyline outside the window looks stable from far away. In reality, it is thousands of systems balancing continuously against failure. And somewhere inside that balance sits the question every generation quietly inherits. Not merely what kind of future is possible, but whether human beings can become wise enough to keep their own tools from outrunning them entirely.